unmute the mic and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Thank you for having me on. Look forward to a productive dialogue.
All right, here we go. So I'm gonna turn this over to my brother.
Thank you for having me on. Look forward to.
I'm gonna turn this over to my brother Raw Bond. My brother Raw Bond, I'm gonna mute my mic and allow you to start the interview. And I know Paul Guthrie from the book Making It a White Man. When I was in processing with the Nation of Islam, I bought his book. This was like probably between 15-20 years ago. So I'm very familiar with his work. And I just want to say that the information here is to let people think, not to say, hey, let's have this mindset or whatever, but let's just grow from whatever information we hear and do our own research. All right. So, brother Raw Bond, I'm gonna mute my mic, and it's all yours, brother.
All right. Peace to the panel. Peace, Paul. Peace, Chief. Peace, everybody. Peace. Yeah, man. I think we could piggyback off of like our last conversation, just adding on building. Two videos called Get Aboard the Wheel. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So
there's
just to open up, so we
there's a third part of that series that's called W.D. Farad wrote in Urdu, not in Arabic, but in Urdu, which is a language of India, not Arabia.
Right. That's a yeah, that's a good one. I seen that one. Just to get into it, we get straight to Mr. Farad Muhammad. I was getting in, what was this man teaching? Is his teachings historical based, or if it's just something just made up to what is now taught in the Nation of Islam? So from watching the you made a big point, and you went to the degree where it speaks about how they didn't come over there and get them in the C lesson 1-36.
Yes, sir.
So you made a big contrast, and you said that it says, why didn't their own people come out over there and get them? People did not know they were over there. It says, when did they find out their own people was over there? Approximately 60 years ago.
Yes.
But it says that they could not swim back 9,000 miles. I want you to go on, add on about that specific thing as far as where was this home that was 9,000 miles away.
Well, that's you're asking me. You're asking Paul.
Okay. Just asking you to go on about it.
That's a good question, because 9,000 miles by water from the U.S. does not take one to, Mecca. That's not 9,000 miles by water. 9,000 miles by water would take one to India. So if they could not swim 9,000 miles, swimming is done on water, across water. You can't swim on the land, across land. You swim on water. So a water route from the eastern seaboard of the United States would take one directly to India, not to Mecca. So if those numbers add up, it's not Mecca, it's India. Regarding the approximately 60 years ago,
right,
that would take one to 1775, which was the time when a book was written in India by a man named Phule, Mahatma Phule. And Phule's book points out that there were Black people being held as slaves here in this country. And he took that idea and he introduced that idea to the poorer people of India. And so the question is asked, when did our people find out? Or they did not know that we were here until approximately 60 years ago. So that's going to take you to that date of when that book was written. And that book was written in India, Mahatma Phule. So all of those, or not all. Both of those points point to India. They don't point to anything that happened in Mecca. And you can't take that data. One cannot take that data and end up in Mecca. And those are just 2 points. Those are 2 points. He also wrote in Urdu. We have samples of his handwriting. None of his handwriting is in Arabic. All of his handwriting is in either English or one of the scripts of India, which I predicted would be either Urdu or Pashtun. Since that time, I've gotten copies of that handwriting, where he would write his name out on card, or he would write out the name of the person who he was naming. And the names that he gave out are Indian names, not Arabic names. He didn't give out Arabic names. He gave out Indian names. And so he wrote those names not in Arabic, he wrote them in Urdu. So here's a man who wrote Urdu, who says that he traveled 9,000 miles by water. And the book that he's referencing in that lesson all point to India. Now, one can draw one's own conclusions based on that. But to me, you know, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, that old thing, it's a duck. If it's not, if it's not, then someone has to present evidence showing that it's Mecca. You know, and I haven't seen any evidence indicating that. I do hear people saying that, but I haven't seen the evidence. So I'm open to the evidence, and I'm hoping that maybe someone can give me some evidence so that I can see that he came from, you know, Mecca. If they can show that to me, I'm willing to go with that. But I've been looking at it, I've been asking questions, and no one seems to come forth with any evidence.
Right. Hold on for 1 second. Garfield, you see what's in the back chat, right? The brother Garfield, he disappeared.
I'm here. I see it.
Yeah. This is from one of your videos, so people could have a visual of it, where this used to be one of the Nation of Islam's cards. And on that, you circle a letter, and then you show that it's not Arabic, but that letter is a letter in the Hindi, which is a form of sort of like Arabic, but not. And you show how many letters there are extra. Just wanted the people to have a visual of that so they can see what you're talking about.
All right. Give me a second. Let me share it right now.
Yeah, and to get back on that, so this Mecca that we're talking about, that is supposed to be.
I have the card up.
Got it?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I see it.
So that's just from your video.
Yes, sir.
Just so people have a video.
This is
So,
from. What is this from? Where is this from?
This is an identification.
That's from yes.
Go ahead, Paul.
Okay. This is a identification card that was filled out between the years 1930 and 1934. The writing in the upper left-hand side is the handwriting of W.D. Farad. And there is a video that I have up explaining this letter is not a Arabic letter. It is an Urdu letter. Urdu has 38 letters, Arabic has 28 letters. So there are some letters in Urdu that do not appear in Arabic. When you find those letters, such as the Urdu letters, in script of this type, this is Urdu. It's not Arabic. You don't find this in Arabic. This was written between 1930 and 1934. This particular card was one of the cards put on display by the Nation of Islam at its annual Savior's Day meetup. So this is a card that has been verified, and it has the provenance of the Nation of Islam. So this is their card. It's not a card I made up. It's their card that they present and they identify that writing as the handwriting of W.D. Farad. So if they are correct, W.D. Farad wrote in Urdu. If they are correct, W.D. Farad wrote in the handwriting of India.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna piggyback off this so that we are in the same lane.
Yes, sir.
The first degree in the 114 is why isn't the devil settled on the best part of the planet Earth?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the videos you pointed something out that I had to go back and go look at this to see this. And towards the end it says the best part is in Arabia, city of Mecca. And then the last line will say the color man or Caucasian is the devil. Arabia is in the far east and bordered by the Indian Ocean at the south.
Mm-hmm.
When I had to go check this, when you basically said that this is not what is bordered, the borders of Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
So can you piggyback off of that, brother?
Yeah, it's pretty much on the face of it. It says that Arabia, or stated. I'm
Arabia.
trying to see.
Oh, I just quoted off the head. Arabia is in the far east and is bordered by the Indian Ocean on the south.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. It says that the best part is in Arabia at the holy city Mecca. Right.
Right.
Okay. And it goes on to say Arabia is in the far east and is bordered by the Indian Ocean on the south. Well, every place where Mecca, Arabia is mentioned, it does not describe Mecca, Arabia. It describes Mecca, India. Mlecha is one of the ancient names of India. There's an old civilization that is 9,000 years old. That is much older of a root of civilization, 9,000 years old, according to historians, anthropologists, archaeologists. Mlecha in India is 9,000 years old. Mecca is not an ancient city. Arabia, Mecca, Arabia does not exist. It's not on any map. Nobody mentions it. Nobody knows that it's there until the medieval period, until 400 years after the Christian era. So it's not even an ancient city. So for something to be the root of civilization, it would have to be older than, let's say, Rome, right? And Mecca is not older than Rome. Mecca doesn't appear until after the fall of Rome. So it's not an ancient city. Mlecha is in the Far East. Another thing is that what you're mentioning, Mecca, Arabia, is not in the Far East. And the words Far East is capital F, capital E.
Hey, Paul, let me interject, brother Garfield. I mean, for the past 2-3 months, I've been saying Mecca. I mean, as a city, I think the archaeology, and to back up, if anybody needs this information, I have the whole archaeological research on Mecca. And what happened is Medina. We could find Medina in the BC era. There's no doubt about Medina. We have archaeology to back up Medina. But we don't. But Medina doesn't even go back as far as where they say it goes back anyway. But the construction of where Mecca is as a city, we can't find any construction before the 4th century AD, and that tells me that anybody who is praying to Mecca, if you have this information and continue to pray to that direction or whatever, you're more lost than anybody could. I mean, you're just totally lost. So what Paul just did is actually, he not only dealt with people who follow a certain version of Islam, but he's talking about anybody who follows Islam, period. If you're talking about Mecca as a holy city. But carry on, Paul. I just wanted to interject.
Okay, I want to be clear in that if somebody wants to believe that as a matter of faith, and that's their faith, and they want to pray towards Mecca, that's fine. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not don't critique that at all. I don't criticize that. If they want to pray to the cosmic muffin, they're free to do that. If they want to bow down to a tree, I'm not going to question that. I'm not going to tell them that they're wrong. That's their choice. But when you come to say that Mecca is the root of civilization, now you're talking about history. It's no longer like a faith-based thing that you're talking about. And all that I'm saying is that Mecca, Arabia, does not exist, as Garfield just pointed out, prior to the 4th century. They know this. The people who critique what I'm saying and criticize what I'm saying, they know this to be true. They can hold on to that as a matter of faith, but not as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, it's a new city. However, Mlecha is one of the names of ancient India, what's called the Indus Valley civilization. And that civilization is, as I've noted, up to or more than approximating 9,000 years old. So it's very difficult to put forth a city such as Mecca, Arabia, and call that the root of civilization, and point out that place where W.D. Farad comes from is in the Far East. Mecca is not in the Far East. So every place where it says Mecca, it's not describing Arabia. Arabia is not in the Far East. That's the Middle East. So that question or that answer is either wrong or it's talking about India. Now, it could be wrong. Maybe the lessons are wrong, but I say that they're not wrong. It's talking about India. That makes them right. So I think I talked a little bit about that. Is there anything in particular that I should look at relative to that lesson, Rob Bourne?
No, not really, because that one is going into. No, not really with that. We're gonna get back to that part.
Okay.
I just want to get these specific topics off. Then we're going to build on what the actual teachers in and what is it that you're actually saying.
Okay.
So when we get to the 4th degree in the 114, when it says, "Why do we run Yakub and his made devil from the root of civilization?"
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stop right there because we just hit this major point on the root of civilization. Now, in the root of civilization, they are saying that it's in Arabia at the holy city of Mecca. And the degrees it said that we made them walk 2,200 miles.
Yes.
When you presented the information, you showed distance of the walk from the Caucasus Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
It via the Google Maps. I checked it. It was a little off, like by 100 meters or something like that, but it was in coincidence. So
Okay.
in the nation of God, the gods and nerves. When I looked at it the other way from Mecca, so from the Caucasus Mountains going to the Mecca, that one was off. It was off by like 200. I did it in 3 different things to find it. When I looked at that one, that you said from the Caucasus Mountains to India, I saw that and I was like, oh man, this adds up. So in our plus degrees, we have a degree called General Mukmuk, and it talks about this specific person is the person who people into the caves and that they stopped halfway through. And then you drop the little bomb on that when it's halfway, which is the 11,000 miles, which is an oasis. Also, that could be seen on that Google map. From looking at this and what we're talking about as far as in your book, you speak about the tradition of the Shahnameh.
I talk about the tradition of what? I missed the last word.
Oh, the Shahnameh.
Oh yeah, that's one of the traditions of Persia. Yeah.
Right.
It's a book.
So,
it's a book, but it was handed down orally, and it was written down by a man named Firdusi.
mm-hmm.
And the Shahnameh, yeah, all of that reflects, there's a lot of different sources, traditional sources, historical sources that reflect the teachings, reflect ideas that are carried in the teachings regarding General Mukmuk. The distance that they traveled from the root of civilization up to the hills and caves was 2,200 miles, as you've noted. Now, you can't travel 2,200 miles from Mecca, particularly starting westward, because Mecca is located right up next to the sea. You know, the Red Sea is right there. So unless you walk on water, you're not going to be traveling that distance on foot. And it says that they walked every step of the way. Every step of the way they walked, which means they either had to walk on water. If it's Mecca, they had to walk on water, or they split the Red Sea. One of those had to happen. Or, and then it's not a distance of 2,200 miles. So Mecca is excluded according to the facts. Mecca excludes itself. India, Mleccha, it's 2,200 miles, and you start westward. Halfway in between that distance, as you've noted, General Mukmuk stops at 1,100 miles. That's half the distance of 2,200 miles. And there is a oasis. That oasis is still there. So again, those lessons indicate that W.D. Farad is referring to a locale that is not Mecca, Arabia. It is in fact India. Now, you just asked me another question that I forgot. So could you?
I asked you, what did I didn't ask another question. I asked you about the Shahnameh.
Oh, yes.
The Shahnameh. And based off of that, when we deal with the historicity of this, why would he mention Mecca or holy city of Mecca? Why is the name Allah in there? And when did that term Allah enter these lessons?
Okay.
Why not just India? Why just not say?
Okay. Now, you have not asked me these questions before, right? You haven't asked me any of these questions. Okay.
Nah, this off the head. That's
why
how you
people
said you wanted
understand.
it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I said, let's just do it. Let's just ad lib, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So I didn't ask you to set that up that way, but he does not mention Mecca. He does not mention Arabia. W.D. Farad does not mention Allah. He doesn't mention Allah. He doesn't mention Mecca. He doesn't mention Arabia. Those are in the answers, and the answers are not given by W.D. Farad. The answers are given by Elijah Muhammad. And it states at the end of the second lesson, these answers are very near correct. And I agree with them. They are very near correct.
Absolutely.
Okay. But he doesn't mention Allah.
Go ahead, bro.
He never mentions Allah. Wherever that's put in, that's added in. That somebody else says that. W.D. Farad did not teach about Allah in those lessons. He doesn't teach about Mecca, Arabia in those lessons. He never uses the word. Someone else uses that word. Now you're asking, why are they using that word, right?
Right. You gotta
Okay.
get to the history, yeah.
Yes. Well, it in the 1930s, young people, many young people, they were following Noble Drew Ali, and that was a very popular group in Chicago and Detroit, and people wanted to be, Muslims, and they were studying under his teachings, and that was the language of the people of that era, young people in that time. He really taught very, very young people, children. They weren't old folks that he was teaching. It was young kids. They were all youngsters. Young people are the people who are going to bring about some kind of change the messenger was in 1930, he was what, 33 years old. So he wasn't like an old man in 1930. Right.
Right.
And he was amongst the old, he was one of the old people of that time and age. Many of the others, they were very, very young. But I would say that he taught using the language of the people that he was teaching. If you and that's what they were trying to become. That's what they wanted to be. That's what they were. That's what was cool. That's what was cool. That was fashionable. And he taught using the language of the time and place in which he taught.
All right. We think we was adding on about this briefly. We was talking about something Pacific. I believe it was a Pacific stipulation of people claiming that they was from India at that time. Why they didn't say he was from India, I can't remember what it was. You quoted something to me.
Okay. I'm not following because we haven't talked about that. You and I haven't talked about it.
Yeah, not that last question, but we talked about the people coming from India in the country. I believe that's what it was.
Yeah.
You're speaking of.
I think I know. Yeah. You're talking about in part 1 of the video series, Get on Board the Wheel, that's available on YouTube. Get on Board the Wheel, part 1, right? Where W.D. Farad had said that he had been in and out of the country for 20 years, a period of 20 years. Now, if you go back, that would take it to 1910, right? In 1910, there was a huge movement, immigration of people from Indians, into the state of California. And it was at that time that California passed the Indian Exclusion Act, or it was during that time when there was the Indian Exclusion Act. It was an act that was designed to keep Indians out of the country. They said that any male from India who didn't meet the U.S. Army's physical entrance requirements had to be deported. All right. And the law was to get Indians out of the country. And the requirements was that a man could be no less than 5 feet 7 inches in height and no less than 140 pounds in weight. Well, W.D. Farad didn't fit those physical descriptions. He was 5 feet 6 inches tall and he weighed 127 pounds. So he did not weigh the 140 pounds necessary, and he was an inch too short. So if he had said he was from India, he would have been subject to immediate deportation, which meant he could be thrown out of the country. And he was thrown out of the country. That's why he kept coming back. He had been in and out of America for 20 years. In the same way that you have people now coming up from the southern borders were grabbed and expelled out of the country. They keep coming back, right? Well, they couldn't build like a wall back then to keep the Indians out. Like they're going to build a wall now. They say they're going to build a wall to keep, the people who they don't want from coming in. Well, they didn't want Indians coming in. Arabs, they loved Arabs. They wanted Arabs to come in all that they wanted to. So if he says he's from, he's an Arab, people start calling him an Arab. Well, hey, that means he gets to stay there and teach. He gets to do his work. At that time, see, they were leading up to the 1940s when there was the yellow peril, the threat out of Asia, and India is in Asia. It's in the Far East, and so they didn't want Chinese, Japanese, Indians, they didn't want them over here. And they were trying to throw them out. So during that time, there was this act, Indian Exclusion Act, and that was designed to get rid of people from India. W.D. Farad is from India, and so he would have been excluded. He would have been kicked out again because he had been thrown out prior because he said he had been in and out of the country. So, yeah.
So
is that what you were asking? Is that the topic?
Yeah. Because
Okay.
I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember it off the head. So now that we got this out the way,
yeah,
we're not talking about. We understand within the little body that we looked at that we're not talking about Arabia as being a ruler civilization. We talked about it's all pointing in a different direction and it's pointing within side of India. Now it gets to the point where we want to know what is it that this man actually was teaching? What was he teaching? What was the science that he was bringing to the people? And is there historical to back what this person was saying? So when I look at this, I look at problem number 13 in the problem book. That's in the Supreme Wisdom Lessons for whoever doesn't know. In the beginning it says, after learning mathematics, and Islam is mathematics, it stands true. You can always prove it in no limit of time. Then you must learn how to use it and secure some benefit while you are living. That is luxury money, good homes, friendship, and all walks of life. On and on as far as that. So when I look at this, Islam and mathematics, or mathematics is written first, and he's saying that, which is Islam. We know mathematics come from the Greek word, and it means to learn or to teach or to instruct. So when I'm looking at this, I'm like, was he teaching Islam or was he teaching a mathematical theology that we can trace in history?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you that.
Well, from what I understand of the word Islam, it is a religion that's practiced by 1 point something billion people on the planet, and right. I don't see him teaching that. Now, if someone has a different definition as to what that word means, if that word means something else to somebody else, then I don't know what that word means to them. But to me and to the rest of the world, Islam is a religion and it has certain tenets. And very clearly, he was not teaching that. And he states that he was teaching a mathematical theology, right? That's what he says. He says he's teaching a mathematical theology. As for Islam, I mean, is that a question that is really that people actually wonder about, because they can just look and see that it's not Islam. That's pretty clear on the face of it, That's pretty That's pretty clear. Now, I did say unless one gives that word its one's own definition. For instance, if Islam means I, self, Lord, and Master, I say, yeah, he's teaching Islam. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. But if that word is not given a specialized, meaning, a definition other than what the rest of the world says that word means, then I'd say, no, that doesn't fit that description. So I'm not going to say that he wasn't teaching I, self, Lord, and Master. That's the 5%, one of the 5% views of the word, right? Mm-hmm. Is that correct? You can correct me on that.
No, you're good on that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So if he's teaching whatever that means, I can say I don't know if he's teaching that or not. But I wouldn't argue that he's not teaching that. But I would say that he definitely is not teaching the religion, the Orthodox religion of Islam that's understood that's been understood for 1400 years. And that much is very, very clear. In fact, if you take the people who claim that he's teaching Islam, and they go to one of those countries, like a Muslim country, and you listen to what they say, they don't teach W.D. Farad's teachings when they're over there. They will take huge steps to show that they are, orthodox, that they pray 5 times a day, which W.D. Farad did not teach. That they believe in a mystery God, which W.D. Farad did not teach. That they fast during the month of Ramadan, which W.D. Farad did not teach. That they believe in the 5 pillars of Islam, of the religion, which W.D. Farad did not teach any of those pillars. Which they believe in the articles of faith, which W.D. Farad did not teach any of them. Okay, so there has been, over the course of time, a shift away from the teachings of W.D. Farad towards the teachings of Orthodox Islam. Right now, they got one foot, many people have one foot on one side and the other foot in the teachings of W.D. Farad. And depending on which way the winds are blowing, they will lean either to the right or to the left. So they can go either way on it. Whichever way is going to benefit them at that particular point in time, that's what they say that they believe in. However, that's cool with me. I have no problem with that, because anybody can believe whatever they want. They can practice in whatever way they want to. But when I look at it, I don't see W.D. Farad teaching Islam, period. I don't see him teaching religion, period. In fact, the only place that I see that word appearing, religion, is it refers to dirty religion. He never speaks of religion well. The only place
he calls the Bible the poison book, and then he writes something about the Quran, where I believe he calls it's not good to read it in Arabic, and he tells them to teach specifically from the lessons in the language of the people. If I'm correct on that one, yeah.
Okay, yeah, and
can I piggyback a question real quick? This Chief X. Okay, the Holy Quran that was recommended for the Nation of Islam. My understanding is a few types. The version that the Nation of Islam use is an Indian version. Am I correct, Paul?
Well, there's only one Quran, and that Quran is written in Arabic. Now, you're talking about the translation into English, and there are 2 of the translations, because Quran is always Arabic. There's only one version of Quran, truthfully. But the translations that you're talking about, Chief, there are different translations in English, and the 2 versions of the translations are 2 versions that were written by Indians. And so W.D. Farad, the only Qurans that he ever recommended anyone to read were the Quran as translated by Yusuf Ali and the Quran as translated by Maulana Muhammad Ali, both of whom come from India. So he recommended Indian Qurans. He even refers to the Quran as the Quran Sharif. If you type in on Google, and anyone who's listening to this, they have access to the internet. So just type in Quran Sharif. He spelled Quran Koran, which is how it was spelled back in the 30s. Quran Sharif. And you'll see Quran Sharif is how Indians refer to the Quran. Arab speakers don't call it Quran Sharif. Just do a Google search and just look. You'll see page after page after page, hundreds of links, all of which are Qurans written in Urdu. It's all Pakistani, and Pakistan is that country that was made up by the British in 48 or 47. They split India into two different countries, or three countries, one of which was Pakistan. So that was India, and W.D. Farad comes from there. So yes, there are those two translations of the Quran, both of which come from India. Now, was that the question that you were getting at?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yes.
getting at. So
Yes,
now,
What's your
sorry, my bad.
That's telling.
Oh, I mean, come on, of course, yeah, it's very telling. Even the name. Look at the messenger's name. One of the names he was using was Ahmed. What is it? Mukmuk, right?
Yeah, Ghulam Mukmuk. That's in the SBI record.
Ghulam Mukmuk. There's a man in India whose name is Ghulam Mahmad. Ghulam Mahmad taught. If you just look his name up, Ghulam Mahmad. Watch the video. It's called "Get on Board the Wheel" Part 1, and it's on YouTube. Get on Board the Wheel Part 1. You can also watch Part 2. But all of this is covered in that. Ghulam Mahmad and Ghulam Mahmud. Those are the same names. That's the same name.
Right.
That is just pronounced differently. Ghulam Mahmud, Ghulam Mahmud. It's the same name.
Right.
And look at the teachings between the two, and you'll see that there's a connection. And that man comes from India.
Right.
Even look at the names. Look at the names W.D. Farad uses throughout the lessons. Usman, that's Indian. You know, Uthman is the Arabic, pronunciation. Uthman, but it's pronounced Usman in India. Now that's those are Indian names. All the names that he mentions. His own name, Farad. Everyone who heard him pronounce his name say that he pronounced his name Farad. Right? Farad. Well, they've since stripped him of his name. They took away his name the same way they took away the names of the African slaves that came over here and gave them a brand new name. Well, they've taken away W.D. Farad's name. They've stripped him of his name and have given him an Arabic name so that now they call him Farid. They won't say Farad anymore. They say Farid, which is Arabic. They won't even call him by his name because, as we pointed out, Farad is an Indian name. His name is Indian. And there's no, and that's the smoking gun. He has an Indian name. So they had to strip him of his original name and give him a new name. So they're just reliving the history that they teach about and not see, wow, we're doing the same thing. They've stripped him of his identity, stripped of his name, of his culture, of his language. That's what has happened to him by us, by giving him an Arab name. He doesn't have an Arab name. His name is Farad. And they even spelled it back in the 1930s. They even spelled it Farrad.
All right. And when we get to that, since we're on that aspect, as far as the names of the father and the mother of Farad and the mission of Farad, of what the Nation of Islam teaches, this is something that we got to look at. And then I'm going to piggyback off of what you said, and I'm going to add on about the 73 sects of Islam, because there's not
Yes,
two
sir.
we hear about. We hear about the Shia, we hear about Shia, and we hear about the Sunni. But there are 73 sets of Islam, and I'm going to go into that. But I want you to go in on the names of Farad's parents. So they say that his mother's name is Baby G.
That's what's been
that's what it says. And then it says the father's name is Alfonso. Now, the purpose in the history of the Nation of Islam is that this was done so that this person could come into the country, because there was not supposed to be interactions of people from other countries to interfere with United States affairs. And he had to come in looking as a fair person, person was designed and taught this specific information that he gave to build us, meaning that this message that was being taught was not the same message that was being taught in Saudi Arabia, because the message that he brought was designed to get us out of the problem that we was dealing with at that specific time. So on the names of Baby G, what was the build that you had on that as far as how you traced it?
Well, Baby G, they've been saying Baby G since the 1930s, and everyone's been laughing at it, saying Baby G.
Right.
That sounds like a Shanika or something, you know, Baby G. But Baby G is a mispronunciation of an Indian name, and the name is actually spelled Bhabhi. The second word is Ji, Bobby G. And what happened was this: when they asked W.D. Farad what is the name of his mother, he said, "Okay, I'm getting some feedback, some crunching."
Yeah, I hear it too.
Okay,
What is that?
I hope it's not me or my cable or whatever. But there's when they asked him what is the name of his mother, he said Bobby G. Now, Bobby G means honorable sister-in-law, and the reason why that name is given is because W.D. Farad referred to us, his students, as his uncle.
Uncle, right?
Yeah, uncle is a term that one would use kind of like, you know, brother. How we say, "Hey, brother, how you doing?" But it's not brother as an equal. Uncle is someone higher than a brother. That's like a person who you basically serve. You know, that's your uncle. You got to do what your uncle says. Brother is more like an equal. So he referred to his students. He looked up to his students and referred to us as his uncle. So all throughout the lessons, you'll see that the uncle of W.D. Farad. He never says Master Farad Muhammad. He never even heard that name, Master Farad Muhammad. He didn't call himself no master. That's the name that somebody else gave him, Master. So he said to refer to his mother as Bobby G. So if we're his uncle, that makes us his father's brother, which means his uncle would be our sister. I mean, his mother would be our sister-in-law. And the way to speak of her in India is Bobby G. That name appears nowhere except India. It does not come from the Caucasus Mountains, as some people have claimed that it has. It is an Indian name. You can type it in now, or in the future, Bhabhi, and you'll see all of those sources are Indian. And none of those sources are from any place other than India. Regardless to any claims anyone makes, you have to show if it comes from the Caucasus Mountains, or if it comes from Russia, or if it comes from some other place that you're claiming it comes from. Because they didn't even know what the name was. They were saying Baby G. They were saying Baby G. But the name is Bobby G, and it's Bhabhi, Wherever you see that Ji ending, that's an Indian name. You know, G. They always end it with G, which means like sir, or, you know, madame, or something along that line. But that is what I would say makes sense of that name, and all of that data, all of the facts, all of the math adds up to just one location, and that's India. I don't want to state what it is that I see without having, you know, contrary views, you know, without, you know, you brothers asking me some questions, or, you know, cutting it down, or, you know, critiquing it. So if what I'm saying doesn't add up, you know, let me know so I can straighten it out, you know.
Right. So on that point, now I want to get into the teachings of Islam that Farad Muhammad taught. So 73 sects of Islam. One of the sects called Mu'mariyah they teach that Allah neither creates life nor death, but is an act of nature of a living body. So in Elijah Muhammad's Theology of a Time, he speaks of this specific or God created and died. And it's not around anymore.
Mhm.
To create or anything anymore. Everything is set in motion. But we are descendants of this specific energy, and we act as one body. Our Savior has arrived. He speaks of who is God, and he says that all of us we all make up this specific entity. The Kabari tribe, a sect, Qabariyya, they do not believe in the punishment of the grave, and this is something that is echoed. This is something that's echoed repeatedly. Is when he speaks about there is no life after death, but he talks about being brought forth from a mental death, but not a physical death. When we get to the Hashmiya Takabari set, it predicates a body to Allah, meaning that that specific body, the body of man, is a representation of Allah, which in major sects they say no, a God, Allah cannot be any of this, cannot be that. Major one that I see that's something I want to piggyback on is one Pacific sect called Adiyah, and they teach that Islam renews its history in years.
Every
Now,
what? Say that again, because it skipped out.
it says
Every
that
what?
the Ahad
Yeah.
Ayah. I don't speak Arabic, so you're gonna
Yeah.
have to refer. I'm gonna pronounce the word so people can look it up, or you can look Ahadi. It says this sect teaches Islam renews itself every 7,000 years.
7,000.
So yeah, it says 7,000 instead of Elijah's answer to the question, which that is the first degree in 140 when it says who made the Holy Quran or Bible, how long ago will you tell us why Islam renews its history every 25,000 years? Now, specific sects of Islam, I see some of the teachings in the body of what Prophet Muhammad was actually teaching. So when I look at these specific sects, I see that a big component, which is not really spoke about, is Sufism, the so-called mystic theology on what they deal with. And when I look at that and their cosmology on how they bring forth to existence is way different than what the Orthodox religion teaches. But in all of the hadiths that we will ever read, they say that Sufism is the heart of Islam. And this is not being taught, but this is what Prophet Muhammad was teaching. So my question for you is, first degree in the 140 when it says Islam renews its history every 25,000 years. You find this at in any historical aspects, because we know Islam 1,000 years old. We know that. It wasn't around. And inside the question, it says that he wrote the Bible or Quran. Understanding on that, and I'll build with you on that aspect.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not familiar with all of the various sects that there's. Did you say there's 72 or 73?
73.
Okay, I'm not. Those would be areas that I think Muslims need to debate other Muslims over, or they need to have dialogue between those various sects.
Right.
Between like the family that believes in that particular tradition. Those are things that they need to iron out amongst themselves as to which is which. So I'm not Muslim, so I'm not qualified to speak as to which sect is right or wrong. But that's interesting that they have that many different variants of belief. Now, without question, many of the ideas taught by W.D. Farad, you will find them in Christianity. You'll find them in, Islam. Many of the ideas also you'll find in voodoo, but that doesn't mean that what he taught is voodoo. Okay? You'll find it in the Grimm fairy tales. That doesn't mean what he taught is a Grimm fairy tale. You can find it. You can find it all over. In all of the myths, all of the traditions, all of the folklore. There's only a couple of stories told, and they're told in a different language with a little different flair, in a different way. So those elements are going to be present in almost any and all of those schools. What I'm looking at are the principles, not some arcane or some some things that happen to line up with Islam. Of course, that's there, but the principles are completely different from what they call Orthodox Islam, and everyone understands what's meant by that term, Orthodox Islam. They know who you're basically talking about. It's either going to be the Shia branch or the Sunni branch, and all of those various sects, I would think, are branches from those two branches. I may be wrong, but there's two major branches, and those are Orthodox Islam. Orthodox means correct doctrine, correct teachings. If those are the correct teachings, if that is Orthodox Islam, then that's what it's, we just have to say, unless we come up with a new definition for Islam. For instance, let's say I have like a jar of jelly. It's a jar, it's filled with jelly, but I have like a label on it and it says peanut butter on that label. I still have a jar of jelly. Doesn't matter what the label says. When you crack open that jar, you're going to find it's filled with jelly, even though the label, written all over the label, is peanut butter, Jiffy peanut butter. What's in that jar is still jelly, and so the label doesn't change the content. So, though the teachings are couched in certain words that, like a label, the outer label, they say it's Islam. It's not Islam when you open up the jar. Those principles are not Muslim principles. They do correspond with various, I would think, sects within that school are going to lean towards that direction. But you're going to have to jump from sect to sect to sect to sect in order to get all of those elements and say, okay, I found this element in that sect, this element in that sect, this element in that sect. But as I was saying, I believe one could do the same thing with, voodoo. You could do the same thing with voodoo. If you've studied voodoo, and there are people who might be listening who know, voodoo has elements that are very close to Christian elements.
In an aspect, because you're dealing with the Lao, and those are different energies. A lot of people will call it nature, but they're really actually calling it spirits.
Yes.
Because you can't call on the one, because there was no concept. They seemed that was separate.
Right.
That you couldn't call on the God. That was like you had to go through these different specific procedures and divination systems, and you can see that.
So there's some elements. There's some elements. You can look at something, and you can see that all things are really connected. They're all woven together. But when I look at the principles, all of the principles that he taught, I don't see
right.
Like the kind of transcendentalism that you find in the religions. The
Right. Any
transcendentalism.
Orthodox. Right.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the transcendentalism means that there's some reality other than what's real. It means that there is that what we see, what we experience, reality is not reality. There's some other reality up in the heavens, up in
Right.
space someplace. And that's where we're all trying to get. We're trying to get out of the real world and into the spooky world. And the spooky world is going to transcend our real world. In other words, like there's some kind of a pie in the sky and the sweet by and by after we die, right?
Right.
That's the transcendentalism that one finds in the religious schools of old, the more recent religious schools of old.
Right. So
that sort of belief.
and
You just got to believe, and the spaceship's going to drop it on you. You just got to believe. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait, because I saw it the other night. I saw the spaceship the other night. So they're getting ready. They got the bombing planes. They're all loaded up, and they're going to come. You're going to see it. You're laughing about it now.
Right.
You're laughing about it now, but what are you going to do when that plane, when that spaceship is firing at you?
Right. So this makes his teachings a lot different than most, because he did not believe in the mystery God, meaning a God that is out of the realm of reality or lies inside of the mind. He asks, who's that mystery God? He'd be like, there is no mystery God. The Son of Man has searched for that mystery God of trillions of years and was unable to find a mystery God. So they have agreed that the only God is the Son of Man, and lost no more time in searching for that which does not exist.
Right. That's transcendental. That's transcendentalism. That's
right.
Talking. That's putting in plain language what I just call transcendentalism.
Right. So now when we get to the 11th degree, it says, will you sit up at home and wait for a mystery God to bring you food? Emphatically, no. Me and my people who have been lost from home for 300 years and 379 years and tried the so-called mystery God for bread, clothing, and a home. And we received nothing but hard times, hunger, naked, and put out of doors. And also beat and killed by the ones who advocated that kind of God. And no relief came to us until the Son of Man came to our aid by the name of our prophet W.D. Farad. When I'm looking at this and I compare this to other teachings, this eliminates a lot of teachings because we do not believe in the mystery God. So, and from your understanding, because I asked the question earlier, when he says that these 24 or these 23 scientists, these specific books and advancement, where do we find that at? Where did you find this at? What does he mean by that? Because you're saying you don't believe in the mystery God. Mm-hmm. All these 23 scientists, where can we find this at in history, and how can we bring this up today?
Well, you're asking me, how do I make sense of that? What does that mean to me?
How do you see it?
Well, it's on several different levels, and none of it is mysterious. None of it is spooky. For instance, like there's the macro level. Of course, there's the big. You had mentioned this earlier to me when we had talked, and I said, "Hey, you're on that. You're talking about that. Let's just have a talk. I'd be happy to speak with you. But you had mentioned. I want to point out. You had mentioned that there is a wheel in the sky. Do you recall when you mentioned that?
Talk about the wheel and dealing with the stars and the constellations.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And that is and that's a wheel that can be seen a couple times a week, and it's up in the sky. It's not like a spaceship, right? It's an actual wheel, and it was recognized by the ancients in ancient Egypt, for instance. They knew about that wheel. And I think
I'm gonna put that
you have some stuff on that. You have some stuff on that, and I want you to go in on that, because I'm not, when you were talking to me about it, I was saying hold off on it and we'll talk about it live, so that it's not like planned and scripted. I didn't ask you, what kind of questions you're going to ask me, and I'm not going to tell you what kind of questions I'm going to ask you. That type of thing. This is just, we're just being real, right? So,
right.
So there are some people, right now, there are some people who are breathing fire because they want to come on and they want to ask some questions, right? This.
Right. We didn't even get to the Yakub thing yet. We ain't get to none of that yet. We got to get to all of this.
Oh, okay.
We got to get. So let's deal with this will.
I don't want to leave them out though. I don't want to leave them out.
Yeah, we go put them in.
Okay.
I'm gonna shoot this back here to Garfield real quick.
Is this being broadcast live?
Yeah, this is live, brother.
Okay. Is there like a chat room or something like that?
Yeah, it's on the side of the computer.
Okay. Are they already?
For the YouTube, you mean? You mean for the YouTube?
I don't know. Is it YouTube?
Yeah. YouTube is on the side. So if you looking at it on the
I'm not looking at nothing. I'm not. Yeah, I'm looking at a wall. I'm not even looking at it. I don't have it pulled up. In other words. Okay.
Right.
So I'm asking you, are they? We want to know some of those questions and not just skip over it.
Right.
Okay. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't know how the program is done, but I would hope that there would be some kind of feedback or, somebody, saying, "Hey, look, Paul, no, I don't think you're right in saying that." And so I don't want to leave that out. All right. I'm open to that. Dialogue.
Yeah,
I'm open to dialogue. All right. But
all right. I got to correct it. I got to put this wheel up because people start going crazy.
Okay.
Garfield, put that link up there.
Okay, go ahead.
The astronomical ceiling of Semward. I'm gonna put that link up.
All right.
Basically, when we were talking about, I was asking you about the 24 sciences. In your video, you had something and talked about the 24 Tirthankaras, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And within the 24,
right?
Yeah,
right.
Tirthankaras.
That's in Jainism. And Jainism is dated to about 600 BC, although it's much, much older. And they have it goes back to the culture of ancient India prior to the Aryan invasion into India. When the Aryans invaded, India, they changed the name. Mlecha became a derogatory name. So they named the Aboriginals that name, Mlecha. And that was supposed to be like a bad name. But the Jains talk about the 24 Tirthankaras, and that word means a ford builder. A ford is a bridge that goes across like a river. It's a place where you can cross a river. And so these people build ways to get from one side of the river over to the other side of the river, which occurs when the society has to undergo a transformation or has to grow from one stage to another stage. That's when these men step in and they do what they have to do in order to guide the society into its next step, its next phase, its next level of growth. And the description of those 24 correspond very well with the description as given in the teachings of W.D. Farad. You may also find the 24 elders in things such as the Jewish scriptures, the Christian scriptures. You'll find references to the 24 elders. It is perhaps most clearly stated, I think, in the tradition that comes out of India with the 24 Tirthankaras, as you've mentioned. But it does appear, it appears in traditions from all over the world. I don't see it in Islam. It may be there. It may be there, but I don't see it there.
Everything I saw was the 7,000 years of renewal. So I was trying to figure out where to get that from. but
Yeah, well, that's
I've
just
seen that
one.
there.
That's just one sect. Is that correct? That's one sect.
That's just only one of them. Yeah, that's
Okay,
just one sect.
Okay. So
So
yeah, I'm not
on the screen, you'll see that this is from the Temple of Senamut, and
Okay,
it's called the.
I'm gonna open it up. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like that.
So it's called the astronomical ceiling of Senamut, right? Now, when you look at this, it represents the circumpolar constellations in the form of discs. Each of them are divided in 24 sections, and they'll put it as a 24 time period, lunar cycles, etc., moving all the way down. When I looked at those wheels, and I looked at what you were speaking about, what did Fraud Muhammad teach? And you said, well, he's dealing with the science of Buddhism and a certain aspect of his teachings. So when I look at the wheel and we're speaking about the cycle of time, we're not talking about beings that's coming from the planet. We're talking about people looking above. Everything goes within a cycle and putting it to the times that they saw. And from, I guess, it could be orally passed down, etc. But I bring this up to say that this is not something, from my understanding, that you just got this out of the blue. You just sat down and just sat there and just wrote this and just put this together and just like, boom, here's my spill. I'm going to get some members to my organization and I'm going to get money and I'm going to do what we've been seeing or uncovering when we start to go deep into these organizations. So specific, those wheels and those 24 sections in there, this is what I get from it. This is what I saw and I was bringing it up.
That is really, yeah, that's nice looking. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, and that's dated around 1534 BCE.
Okay.
So looking a little more in depth of what we was talking about, we were speaking about the precision of the equinox. And that was precision of the equinox is written in that first degree when it speaks about this being renewed every 25,000 years. So when I'm looking at this, I'm not looking at it as a Quran Bible, but it seems like you spoke that you're not talking about Mecca. That can't be the root of civilization. You spoke about why he didn't probably mention Mecca. It's a hypothesis, but why he didn't mention it because of the Indians there. But then later on, that a lot of people were wearing turbans and stuff like that to be not considered black, etc. It's a form of dignity or a form of a stature. So when I'm looking at that, I'm like, wow, it goes in a little more. It just goes in deep on it. So I tried to give you that last time, but the link didn't add up. So when we were speaking about before we get to the next thing, and then we see if there's any questions. We spoke about him saying that mathematics is Islam, mathematics. And when I look at this, I look at the teachings of what they taught. They taught that this man was taught in Arabia. They taught that he was taught by these specific scientists and taught him all of this knowledge. So what I'm looking at is, can we find this anywhere? Can we find this written? So when I'm looking at the oldest mathematical papyrus that we have, it's called the Ram Papyrus. In the beginning of it, just into the knowledge of all existing things and all obscure things. That's one translation of it. I've seen a different translation that says something a little different, to knowing all secrets, etc. That his problem book. His problem book is written in a word format. And in his word format, he gives mathematical problems. And he says that this is a mathematical theology that you will use for this specific time to get your people out of this condition. When I looked at the Ram Papyrus, when you get to the 35th question, I put that in the back too, Garfield. You can put that up. It says problem 35. You'll start to see the same exact format. You see the same exact, not the same exact questions, but you'll see it with an underlying meaning behind it. And I thought that was very interesting. So I'm saying that this man didn't just make this stuff up and where he came from, etc. So that's my build on that. So I heard you speaking briefly on to get to the Yakub situation. When we talking about this Island of Pelon and Patmos, this specific white person was drafted in a laboratory 100 years at a time, and this is how this person that we see, the Caucasian man, came into existence. What is your spill on that as far as what did you find out about this in a historical and a scientific way? What did you find out about this?
Wow, okay, that's a lot. Can you put that screenshot that you had back up? I looked at that.
Which one? Oh, you got to tell Garfield. Garfield, put that back up, brother.
I got you. Which one you want to put up?
The one you just had up. The one you just had up from ancient Egypt or Kemet. Now, whilst he's putting that,
this one?
yes, sir. Now, you had mentioned that.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
you had mentioned you had mentioned something about organization and money. I'm not trying to build any type of following or anything along that line. I don't sell any products, so I don't want anybody's money. All of my products, all of the services, any products, any services that I offer are always going to be free of charge. So I'm not making any money doing what I do. I don't ask for money. It's a foundation, and the foundation is a charity, meaning we give, we don't take. So we don't pass the bucket. We don't pass the bucket. You don't have to pay us. You don't have to. You don't have to do any of that. You can keep your money, and you can use your money in a way that is most skillful for you. So if there's some type of program where somebody has a way for you to engage in taking that money and doing something with it, go ahead and do that, because you're not going to be giving it to me, because I don't want it. Right? I don't want. Right. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want. I'm not asking believers or followers. I don't like believers, and I don't like followers. I want people who think for themselves, not just take what I say, but just think for yourself. And that's what W.D. Farad taught. He didn't teach any believers. The only believers that he ever mentions are the ones who believed in the teachings of Yakub. Those are believers. He doesn't have any other believers. The only followers are the people who followed Yakub and the people who followed, Musa out of the caves. Those are followers and believers. All right. So I'm not trying to get any money. Now, you had mentioned, you had put up this, you had showed this, and there's 20, it looks like there's 12 wheels. And I would imagine, I can't see it very clearly, but I think it's divided into 24 sections. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. 24 sections on 12 wheels is 288 sections, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's 12 times 24. And they're put in two rows. Row number 1 has 6, the second row has 6, which means that there is 144 sections in the top row and 144 sections on the bottom row, right? And that number 144 is a very significant number. So it even appears in the Christian scriptures, the 144,000 or 144 great number. So I can see some correspondence there with the Judeo-Christian, has borrowed perhaps from the ancient Egyptian, to some extent, that particular number, 144, because I see that number here twice. Okay.
What is that?
Okay. Is somebody playing something? Okay, it was just bleeding
That's-
through. It was
That's
bleeding through.
Garfield's background.
Okay, it was bleeding through on the audio. So, I don't know if it was just me hearing it or if it was going out.
No, I heard it.
Okay, so there's 144 on the top and 144 on the bottom. That's the distance between 2 points of a 5-pointed star. 5-pointed star has 72 degrees in between each point. So in a circle of 360 divided by 5, there's 72 degrees between the points of a 5-pointed star. And to give some play to like the star and crescent, you'll notice that the star has 144 degrees outside of the sphere of the moon, right? That's why the star is set up in the way that it's set up on the star and crescent. And the vision of the human eye has 72 degrees of vision, and the two eyes has 144 degrees of vision. So clear vision, clear insight in order to see depth, not just physically, but inwardly, mentally. That number 144, I'm convinced, speaks of a certain type of vision, not exterior vision, not the vision just seen by the eye, but it's reflected in the vision seen by the eye. And those pictures even kind of look sort of like irises. I don't want to get too far spooked out on this, but
that's just
I've not seen
with
this before.
how they
I've not seen this, but it's very
you gotta read on
interesting.
it. So it's dealing with like
and
the calendar.
there's a bunch of
calendar.
5-pointed stars. There's a bunch of 5-pointed stars all around it.
Yeah, it's dealing with planets. It's dealing with the calendar. Dealing with some of the constellations that they were able to see at that time.
Yes, let's not make. I want to be real clear about this. Buddhism did not start in 600 BC. It started long before, and the people of that era, ancient Egypt in particular, they knew things that have been lost, and that's going to come through in their building, like the mathematics that is included in, let's say, like the Great Pyramids. They were there long before, the Buddha, and they had a society that was balanced, and Buddhism came, Buddhism, the Buddha rather came after Egypt. Ancient Egypt fell. After it fell, that's when the Buddha wrote. That's when he was born. So he was not around at that period of time, but there was greatness previous to him. Prior to him. So he's not the one who invented some new thing. It was something that had already been there long before him, and it went under a different name. It didn't even have to have a name, because the problem wasn't, from what I'm convinced of, the problem, you don't try to fix something until after it's broken. And the ancient civilizations, they were doing fine up to a point when they were invaded and they were destroyed, and the people were thrown into chaos, and their minds were broken down and torn up. So you have the first instances of PTSD in about 1900 BC. That's with the coming of people from the north during the second intermediary period in that land, in that history. And it was a dark age in Egypt. And in that dark age, the Hyksos, they say, were ruling ancient Egypt. People from outside of Egypt, they came in and they took what was there, and they turned the people into slaves, and they set up a state, and they taxed people, and they say that what they called Ma'at had left the land for that period of time. Ma'at had left; it had vanished. Ma'at means truth, and Dhamma means the same thing. Dhamma is the name. Buddhism is called Dhamma, and Dhamma means truth, reality, what's real. So there's a connection between Buddhism and ancient Egypt. However, ancient Egypt did not borrow from the Buddha because the Buddha came later. You had asked about Pilan and Patmos.
Right.
There's no record that the island of Patmos, or I've not been able to find a record that the island of Patmos was ever called by that name. Pilan. It's not there. That's something that is only known in that body of teachings. So we have to make some kind of sense. What is Pilan? And where is Pilan? It's not that island. That island was not called Pilan, unless somebody can find that and demonstrate. Well, yeah, the island was called Pilan. It wasn't. It was called Palmosa at one period of time because there was a bunch of palm trees growing there, and we're told that Yakub that he went to the island of Patmos or Pilan, and that they were given what is it, materials to last them for 20 years. Well, they weren't given dollars because they didn't have dollars in that era. They weren't given money because they didn't have any money in that period. Money wasn't even invented until late, many centuries later. What they could have been given is palm trees. There's a book out that's called 1001 Uses for the Palm Tree. It's an ancient book. And the book shows that you can make everything from fishing nets to boats to houses to toothbrushes to food, drink. Everything that you need can come from palm trees. So if you have like an island that's rich in palm trees, that somebody imported palm trees, and those palm trees were imported onto that island, they're not native to that island. So if one were to import palm trees onto that island, one would have pretty much everything one would need in order to survive. I don't think that Pelan is talking about that island. There's a place that's called Pelan, and it's in Afghanistan. And when the people came out of the hills and caves into that part of the world, India, they passed through an area called Pelan. So when they came into the root of civilization, they came from an area called Pelan. That's the closest that I can see those words making any sense, any real sense outside of, let's say, like a belief system, where you can say, okay, well, piece together these two words or these two ideas, Pelan and people coming from the West into the centers of civilization. Where would that be? It would have to be in that town, Pelan Khani, which is in Afghanistan. And I talk about that in part 1 of the video series. So if anyone's interested, it's called Get on Board the Wheel, part 1, and they can see a little talking about that. You also asked about Yakub, and I forgot what it was that you had said about it. But anything that you want to build on top of that or separate from that, go ahead, bro.
Unmute your mic, Alan.
Oh, I was just asking a question on the Yakub figure in history. So historically, this island of Pelon, from my research, only goes to like 2,000 something years as far as bones and stuff that they found there.
Mhm.
So when I'm looking at this in your book, you speak about a system and you give different traditions. Like one tradition I believe is from Aqaba, from the Midrash Rabbah,
Yes, sir.
if I'm correct, if you
Yes, sir.
remember that.
Yeah.
It basically speaks on it. If I quote it from the Midrash Rabbah, it's supposed to be a Arab king to this specific person, and he's posing a question. He says, "I am black, and my wife is black, birth to a white son." To which Aqaba's response was, "If you are surprised at Sukkot, a possibility, study the case of our father Jacob's flock, which were influenced in their conception by the rod." So I had to look up rods in the biblical terminology, and this story of Jacob and these 6 says that I have not found that. I have not found it, but I find the tradition of it being of them speaking about who these people were and to look at it. But I found it interesting how Elijah chose to go that route. But when we look at these specific people, when we look at what makes these people white and what makes a person white, Elijah speaks of 2 germs at the person. Science says that 2 specific genes that lie on chromosome 5 and 15, that is SCLA45, SCLA452, that is responsible for this. So about Darwin's theory on them, it speaks about that this had to be done through a genetic processing on people. Some people attribute it to the ice glades and the people who was in the caves, etc. Don't see no I don't I don't see it like in a straight line that way, but the specific story that Elijah is telling, I think, is speaking of it as far as an event that took place.
Mhm.
And people telling the story. So for 6,000 BC, something happened to civilization. Everything just goes to shit. And certain parts of the world starts from our so-called Aryan people coming into India and replacing everything that I see there. So when I look at the laws, you spoke of the Manu. What am I getting it correct? Is it the Manu Central?
Manu Smrti. Manu
Manu
Smrti.
Ramzu, yeah, Manu Smrti. Can you speak on that?
Yeah. W.D. Farad is the one who taught everyone else, right? So these are ideas that come from the teachings. What he taught, the messenger, he taught him. So W.D. Farad talks about the black germ and the brown germ. He taught about that, and the messenger learned that. He shared that with others, right? So you were talking about the Midrash Rabbah, and it talked about Jacob. Jacob, the name Jacob is really Yakub. There's no, letter J until I think the 17th century. 17th century.
15th, somewhere around there. 16th century, somewhere around there.
Well, it's the 1600s, so that would be the 17th century.
Yeah.
So the letter J does not exist. Did not exist. So when they say Jacob, they're saying Yakub, and the story of Yakub and the flock, that's in the Bible, where he takes this flock and he breeds them a certain way in order to change the color of the flock, and that story coincides with. Remember how I was saying you'll find various aspects of our tradition in other traditions, but those traditions all borrow from our tradition initially, because prior to 2000 BC, the Western world was not on the stage of history. They were hidden away. So you don't have a Western civilization or Western world prior to 2000 BC. You don't have any writing. You don't have any architecture. You don't have any art. Caucasian or European um, societies had not developed those tools and those things that we normally associate with culture. Although they did have a culture, it's not the things that we would associate with the kind of a culture that we're talking about when we talk about ancient Egypt, ancient Sumer, ancient India, right? Where you have these other things, architecture and mathematics and all of those things that we identify as, high cultures. Those were not present prior to that. So Yakub is in about 4000 BC, actually 4600 BC. And then in 4000 BC, there's not much record of any of them until 2000 years later when they come out of the hills and caves of the Caucasus. And they come down and they attack Sumer, and Sumer falls. They attack Egypt, and Egypt falls. They attack India, and India falls. That was their first entrance of the Western world onto the world stage. They entered as warriors, and they came with battle axes. They weren't talking. They weren't, negotiating deals. They weren't saying, will you teach us how to do this or show us how you built that building? They came down with battle axes, and they swung. And the battle axe was a big axe about 4 feet tall, with a big rock on the end of it that you plant dead in the middle of somebody's chest. That ends all discussion. So they came down raping, robbing, pillaging, looting, and they took over Egypt. I'm just using Egypt as one place, one instance. It also happened in India with the Aryans. When they moved south, they were called Hyksos. When they moved to the east, they were called Aryans. But it's the same group of people with different names, kind of like you have Bloods and Crips, right? Or you may have one club and some other club, but it's the same group of people that split into these different clubs, or whatever you call them, organizations, street organizations. Well, they had their own street organizations. One is called the Hyksos, one is called the Aryans. They're also called the Sea People. They're called the Mitanni, the Suevis, the Jutes, the Angles, the Saxons, the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths. These are all these tribes that at various points in time migrated westward, southward, and eastward. And wherever they went, and there was a tribe that's called the Vandals. That's where we get the word vandalism. So you can see what type of activities was taking place when these tribes showed up. They were vandalizing. That means they were tearing down houses. They were writing their names every place that they could. And so we even have the name Yakub Har written, like some graffiti. They were writing graffiti, and one of the things that they wrote was Yakub Har. Har means mountains. That's why we get the name Armageddon. It means the mountain of Megiddo, Harmageddon. And so Yakub Har means the people of Yakub from out of the hills or out of the mountains. They wrote Yakub El, which means the god Yakub. So this was a name, Yakub was a name that was used in around 2000 BC when this group of people moved southward, the Western world. The same group of people who came over to this continent and wiped out the Aboriginals here. It's the same migration, just over a longer period of time. Now they've migrated out to the moon and they're on their way to Mars. It's the same people, the same, migration. And if they find anybody on Mars, I'll guarantee you, odds are, those people better have a very good defense system set up. Otherwise, they're going to be subject to the rule of the state system that's going to be set up to rule over them. So it happened in India, and it also happened in Egypt. The Manusmriti that you were talking about are the laws of Yakub that we know about in our tradition, as told in India. They have the same laws in India, which is another point that shows that, hey, there's a lot happening that's pointing to India. You don't have the Manusmriti, the laws of, Manu, who Manu is just Yakub. You don't have that in, Mecca. They don't know anything about that. So in India, you have these laws that say that there's 4 groups of people: the black, the brown, the red, and the black, brown, or 5 groups of people: black, brown, red, yellow, and white. Okay, those are the grafting process. Those are the grafting colors, and they are the colors. The black, the brown, the yellow, and the white are the colors that are used in the caste system that's set up under the laws of Manu. That's called Manusmriti. I talk about that in part 1 of the series, Get on Board the Wheel series, where they have laws saying that if you're black, you can't marry someone who's brown. If you're brown, you can't marry somebody who's white. And if you're white, you're on the top of the state order, like the hierarchy that they set up. It's called the caste system. The caste system, that's what we call it. Caste means pure in Portuguese. They didn't call it caste, they call it varna. And varna means skin color. So they set up the first verifiable system of rule based on skin color, where there's white people on top and there's black people on the bottom. In between, if you're mixed, what they call mixed, then you're someplace in between. You're better than the blacks, but you're not as good as the whites. So you're caught in between that system. And your job then is to make sure that the black folks stay in line, that they do what they're told to do. And you grow food and you give all the food to the white folks, and whatever's left over, they'll give you some. So that system was set up in India under the rules that you just mentioned, Manusmriti. That's the same rules of grafting that we're taught in our tradition, relative to Yakub. So you'll find that in India, that tradition exists. However, the same exact thing happened in Egypt. The same color-based thing happened in Egypt. So when they came down into Egypt and they were killing people and setting up their system, their state system with a hierarchy, with a master on top and slaves on the bottom, many of the people fled. They left. They ran. Because we did not have any standing armies. There were no standing armies in Egypt. We are not, warriors. You've got all these brothers talking about how they're warriors. Well, that's something that was taught, and that's what they do. They're the warriors. We're not naturally into fighting. We don't fight naturally. We get along naturally. So we didn't have any type of standing armies. Thus, we did not have any weapons designed for use by one person to kill one other person, some other person. We didn't have any of those type of weapons. So if you look at the records in ancient Egypt, you see them fighting with stuff like bows and arrows that are used for hunting, hatchets that are used for cutting down little twigs, sticks, rods, and stuff like that. These people had battle axes. let me take this call. I'll answer that later. It's no biggie. Excuse the phone ringing in the background. So I just got this new phone. I don't know how to turn it on and off. So I'll just put it up.
Old school ring on it.
Oh yeah. It's the new iPhone, and it has something on it called Siri, and I'm trying to get rid of Siri. So if anybody knows how to
You're not gonna
disable
get rid of Siri. You're not. Yeah, you can. If you go on the settings, you could just edit and just swipe it.
Yeah.
I have a quick question I want to slide in. This Chief X. Do for self is a huge concept with the Nation of Islam. And in one of your videos, you went in breaking down how do for self was a Buddhist concept. You want to elaborate on that, Paul?
Yeah, it is it's the first I would say it's the first historically verifiable do for self system. Historically verifiable do for self. Do for self means you have to think for yourself too. You know, you don't wait for something to fall out of the sky. You're not going to pray for something and it's just going to fall down out of the sky for you. Whatever you do, it's going to result. Things are going to result, or what you do makes what happens conducive. It is conducive to future circumstances. So if someone plants a seed, that is conducive to having some food in the future. Or if someone takes care of a tree and doesn't cut it down. I don't want to use the example of planting a seed, but let's say there's a tree and one burns down all the trees. That's not going to be conducive to one being able to eat in the future. So the whole idea of do for self is very much at home and part of Buddhism. Could you tell me exactly what I would, or a little more what I was saying relative to do for self? Because I know I went in on it pretty much, and
Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah, you did. You were explaining in the video how do for self was a philosophical concept of Buddhism,
Mm-hmm.
and how the Fard had implemented that.
Mm-hmm.
And Elijah Muhammad took it from there, and it was just a huge staple. They say do for self, do for self.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. He taught it, and then his students carried it out, and
let me interrupt for
handed it down. Yeah.
Interrupt for a second. This is Brother Garfield.
Hey, Garfield.
I do believe there are concepts we could trace back to certain areas and certain belief systems, but the do for self, you say you trace unless, because remember, Alan, I don't know if you remember, but we do see do for self with the Japanese. So is there a connection from that angle also that he could have gotten it? Because I think there was a organization called Do for Yourself or Do Your Own or something to that effect.
Development of our own.
Your own, and so I don't know.
Well, the Japanese, they're Buddhists. So
Oh.
I mean, okay. Yeah, Japan is a Buddhist nation, and it was at that time. Shinto. They also have a tradition called Shinto, and they're largely Buddhists. But yeah, there was an organization called the Society Society for the Development of Our Own, and that was a sort of like a spin-off group of W.D. Farad's organization, and that was run by a Japanese gentleman named Major Takahashi, and he was Japanese, and he was working hand in hand with W.D. Farad. So there's no contradiction in terms of the Japanese and the Dhamma, because the Japanese are largely Buddhists, or were largely Buddhist. There's also a large Christian population there, many of whom were killed off in World War II with the dropping of the bombs at Nagahashi and what's the other place? Hiroshima. Those were Christian cities, and the men, women, and children who were fried by those bombs were largely Christians. But outside of that, Japan is Buddhist. But Buddhism teaches self-reliance. So you have to rely on yourself. You don't rely. It's a freedom. You don't rely on spirits, on angels, on the will of God. The Buddha said, or is said to have said, be a light unto yourself. In other words, you don't have to look for somebody else to give you light. You don't have to look for somebody else who's going to lead you around. Today, we don't have that type of do for self. We want someone who's going to lead us. And if you look at these various groups that have these leaders, some of them have been going on for 85 years. And if you just ask the question, if you're following someone, where is it that you're going that you need someone who's going to lead you there? Where is it that you're going? And after following leaders for like a century, almost a century, how much closer are we to our goal? So those are questions people can ask, and they can answer those questions for themselves. If they're satisfied where they are, then they should continue following. If they're not satisfied, perhaps they should look and be, look to find how they can lead themselves, how they can take their own future and their present and their destiny in their own hands. Be a light unto yourself. That's what the Buddha said. And W.D. Farad, he asks in the problem book, what are you doing for yourself today? Not what is somebody else doing for you, or what are you doing for your leader? What are you doing for yourself today? And that's the same thing that's taught in the Dhamma. You don't have to rely on suttas. You don't have to rely on the kindness of some external leader, be that a god or like a ghost god, or some mystery god, or some person in some high position who is specially picked by God to lead you. Lead yourself. Think for yourself. You have 2 eyes, 2 ears, a mouth. You have a brain. You have a body. You have all of these tools. We can use those tools ourselves. Each of us have those tools, and we can use those tools ourselves. We don't have to have somebody else bring us food and water. It doesn't have to drop out of the sky. We can produce for ourselves. Everything that we need is right underneath our feet. Everything we need, we have. There's so much money that passes through our hands. And there are groups that have taken in billions of dollars with a B. And what do we have to show for it? Do we have farms? No, we don't have farms. Do we have buildings? Do we have communities that we own, that we build? Do we have schools that we have? None of that. And it seems to me, when you look at the record, we have to do for self. That's the only way that we're going to get it. Leaders are not going to do it for us. Leaders are going to do for themselves. They're going to do for self. And that's perfectly fine. I think that they should. And if someone wants to help some some leader, they're free to do that. That's not the program I'm on, and that's not the program W.D. Farad taught. He didn't say that there's a leader. He said, I want no importance among the laborers nor the officials. No importance. That doesn't mean that there's going to be some guy or some, lady in charge of everybody. It's do for self. And that's been lost. A lot of the teachings have been lost and have been turned into a church. And just like churches, they pass the bucket, and when the people kick the bucket, they have nothing left. They have nothing left. And that's a good program for those who choose that program. That's not my program, and that's not what I see W.D. Farad teaching. But Buddhism does teach do for self, be a light unto yourself. Everything that we need is right underneath our feet. We don't have to go halfway around the world asking the Arabs, asking the Persians or Iranians, because they're rich, to help us when we don't help ourselves. When we come against each other and call each other names and fight each other in the way that we do, in the spirit in which we do, no book is going to help us. No book is going to help us. There's something we have to do inside of ourselves. That's where the work takes place, and that work is the work of Dhamma. So that's what I practice, and that's what I talk about. The other programs, you can take what they do and take what they teach, and if it's good, then do that. There's no compulsion in it, but yes. In part 2, I think a little bit about do for self, and I may have said more in that than I just mentioned. I can't recall exactly what I was saying to that. But hey, Chief X, I want to thank you, brother, for calling me and asking me to come on. Okay, Chief?
I appreciate you too.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate you coming on and spreading information and so forth. Alan, continue, man. It's your show, bro.
Are you speaking to me or? Oh.
Hello?
I want to ask Rob Bourne.
Yeah, what's good, brother?
You had mentioned earlier the Rhine papyrus, and you didn't build on that at all. Can you tell us what that is? What is the Rhine papyrus, and what is it in it that you wanted to build on?
All right, I'll put it in the back. Garfield could put the cover up of it in the back. When dealing with the Rhine papyrus, in the beginning of it, it'll speak about it as a mathematical language, and it'll say rules for inquiring into nature, all that exists, every mystery, and every secret. So underlying the fractions and the stuff that's there, they have a fraction called the Horus I fraction. And when they use it to describe a hectat, and a hectat is a measurement of grain. But when you look at the academia, they choose not, to look at it in a metaphysical way. They only pointed at that. And when we look at the Leonidin papyrus and all these, that has like a base math system of 1 to 9, and each one of these things specifically represent a concept beyond the quantity of a number. So when I look at was given like the actual facts, like why do you think we needed to know that? Why did you pick these specific measurements? Why did you do that? When we look at these paragraphs. So the whole Rhine papyrus, when you get to question 35, it specifically goes in the same way, in the same pattern of how Farad Muhammad was speaking about it. So that's really what the papyrus is in the long run, because that's something that you have to like keep posting so you can see the fractions and do the actual math behind it. Just behind that from just the actual title of it, lets you know that this is not just this. This is how you get a volume here. This is how you get area there. So what we're doing is we're looking at geometry in an aspect. We're looking at how all things relate and how their concept of how they saw the deities, if you want to call them that, or nature, and how it all interworks with each other. And I see that same mathematical system there. I see that same mathematical system in the nation of gods and earths when we ask, what's today's math? We'll usually pick today's date, and there's a number assigned to the date, and it has a specific meaning. So we're like, what do you mean by that? Like, well, what does that have to do with my position where I'm at now? That's just specifically making you aware of where you're at in time, and you're using calendar time. So you know exactly where you're at, and the concepts are traced to there from where I found it. The Ebers calendar, and I look at the oldest calendars we have, I see that they're 30 days, and each specific day was designated to do a specific performance or to do something to renovate or to serve reverence to nature, deities, whatever person want to choose. But in that aspect, that has to do for me, as far as a constant reminder of where I am in a state and time, and what does these actual numbers mean to me? What do my ancestors say about these numbers, and how can I make that correlate to today and where I'm at now? So that's how I correlated all that together. But the vampires, I thought was very interesting. If you put it side by side to the problem book, you'll see the same. It's like the same thing.
So you're saying that it's written in the same style.
Yeah,
it's
like
like
for instance, right? So when you get to the 35th one, it'll say, I go 3 times into the Hecate. A 7th of me is added to me, and I return fully satisfied. And then it'll ask you, what is a Hecate and what does that? So when you're looking at this, the way those questions are formed, once you get to problem 35 in the Ron Papyrus, none of the other ones are like that. It's not like that, where it's speaking about you and self, and I came into this. So when we look at the problem book, my uncle was here, and or you'll say light travels at this, or the alphabet has 26 letters, and this is this, and what does that? It's a language, and that language is conveying a message behind what you're actually reading. So if I give somebody the problem book, they'll just be looking at it as a math book. Like, what the hell is this? This is just word problems. But there's something deeper behind that, and I see that written in the same style. Why is that like that? I don't know. That's just me seeing a connection there.
Yes. I've looked at that document. You had told me about that document, and I looked at it. I had seen the name before in passing in decades ago. Just reading about ancient Egypt. It's one of the documents that one comes across in reading. But when you mentioned it to me, I wanted to take a little closer look at it, and it does. It is definitely written in that same format, like a narrative format, where there is a storyline, like there's actual practical things that are being discussed, other than just numbers. There's words, other than just numbers. Modernly, math is going to be just numbers and no words. And when I looked at that document that you had told me about, it does have the words and sort of like a storyline that goes with it, right? And that is, reminiscent of the problem book. When I thought about it, I remember when I was first learning mathematics, or if you're teaching math to a child, it's always something like John has 4 quarters. John wants to buy 3 pieces of candy. That type of thing. Each piece of candy costs 15 cents. How many pieces of candy can John buy, and how much change does he get back? Right? It's going to be words with the numbers. Does that add up? Does that make sense? Do you
Yeah.
remember that? Okay,
Yeah, I remember that.
so when they first start teaching, mathematics to us in this era, it's always done in a way, or it's normally done in a way where it's going to make sense to a person who just understands words, because you're now going into a different form of language, the language of quantity, numbers. And so they're going to take numbers and incorporate it into words. And that is the same methodology that's used in the problem book, because W.D. Farad was teaching people who didn't know math. They were people who had just come up from the South after World War I. A lot of people, migrated. Black people migrated from the South up to the North, and they were sharecroppers for the large number of them. They were sharecroppers. They were poor people. They didn't go to. They hadn't, schooling. So he had to set up, reading classes, mathematics classes, language classes, thinking, logic, reasoning, a lot of different subjects he was teaching. So when he was teaching mathematics, he uses, without question, that same format that we find used in ancient Egypt in that document that you're talking about. So I see that the two are very, very similar. And I would concur with you on that point,
As it stands right now, where are you at with having a discussion with Mr. Wesley Muhammad?
Well, I don't know that I am at any place. The last I spoke with him, he had challenged me for the second time to a debate. The first time he challenged me to a debate, I accepted, and he ran out of the ring. The second time he challenged me, I accepted it, and he ran out of the ring. And ran out of the ring. What I mean by that is that he made an offer saying he's going to create what's the words he used? A thorough deconstruction of Paul Guthrie's Tricknology, right? So I said, hey, that's interesting. I'd like to see it. And I'd be happy to discuss it with you. And he says that was a challenge to debate me. He does a lot of his scholarship on Facebook, I've noticed. So I found out about it. He didn't send it to me. So it wasn't a discussion. It wasn't something he sent to me. It's something he's saying, I guess, to his audience that apparently live on Facebook. Because he didn't call me. He had my phone number. He could have called me and said, hey, I want to debate you, but it was something someone else told me about. So I went to it and saw it, and I said, okay, you're challenging me to a debate. I accept your debate offer, and your offer is you're going to present a thorough deconstruction of Paul Guthrie's Tricknology. So that was the deal that we had. And so he called me. I made a video about it, so people can go and they can watch it where I'll go over all the facts that actually took place. And the second time, I told them I'm recording this talk. And the reason that I did that, I've never recorded any conversation, because I normally, if I don't trust the person, I'm not going to spend any time speaking with them. But out of respect for the organization that he works for, I say, well, if they want him to debate me, and they do want him to debate me, his job has been basically to disrupt and destabilize anything that's going on other than his program, their program. So I'll see him debating and dirtying up. If you're a Moor, if you're from ancient Kemet, there's a lot of disruption and destabilization. I'm aware of that. I can handle that. I can deal with it. It doesn't throw me off kilter. So I said, okay, we can do the debate. So I asked him to give me a call, or he called me rather. I didn't ask him to call me. Maybe I did ask him. He called me, and I said, when are you going to put forth your thorough deconstruction? And he said, well, I said, I'll do it in the future. And I said, well, you said you'll do it soon. He said, yes, but soon doesn't mean soon. Soon means I can do it anytime, but we can have the debate first. Now that to me is changing the terms of the offer. He came on saying he's going to embarrass me, embarrass the 5%. And I don't know why he would want to embarrass me or anybody else. The idea is we want to get to the bottom of things and to grow, together. We want to be able to do that. He ended up hanging up, and I've not heard from him since then. So someone told me just the other day, I think it was yesterday, someone told me that he had posted something new about me on Facebook. I haven't gone to see it, but I've heard from 3 different people. And I don't know why you can't just, push a button and call a brother. Why you have to advertise it on Facebook. But like I said in part 1, different people live by different rules. One of the rules I live by is word is bond. Word is bond. Once you say something, you either have to do that or you have to come clean about it and say, hey, you know what? I said something. I'm not going to be able to do it. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Now let's move forward. Until that, they have a program. It's the Million Man March program. And point number 1 is you have to point out the wrong. You have to point out the error. That's the first step. If you do something wrong, you have to come clean about it. Especially if that's your program that you're telling everyone else to do. You have to live by that because word is bond. I wish him well. I know what he's trying to do, and I wish him well. I hope that they are successful in doing what it is that they are trying to do. And that's all I can say about it. But I've not heard about him, and I've not heard from him directly. So there's no future conversation that I see taking place. I don't see it, but
I got you.
I don't see it. I'd like to, I'd like all of us to basically, talk, dialogue, and work out all of the wrinkles that we have. Like there's some things I need to grow in. There's some things other people need to also grow in, and we can all come together and do that. We can do that if we do for self. If we do for self. But
so
here's a point. Here's one thing I want to say. It's very difficult to get a man to see something when his job depends on his ability to not see it. Okay? He has a job. He cannot step outside of his job without losing that job. No man can. So when someone has a job to do, you have to respect that's that person's job. It's nothing personal. That's his job. That's that person's job, is to, regardless to the facts, you got to do what you're told. Otherwise, you're not working for that organization. They're not going to have you there if you're thinking for yourself. You're just not going to be there. Now, that's a cruel thing to say, but it's true. You have to follow orders.
Right.
You have to hear and obey. Hear and obey. You have to submit. You got to submit. Whether you think it's, well, I'll just stop at that. I'll just stop there. If he wanted to speak with me, he would have called me and not put it up on Facebook talking about, I'm going to be in California. I think I'll call Paul Guthrie. Yeah, I think I will. You know, that's what's been told to me. Why not just get on the phone and just call a brother? See, that type of thing to me is like that's not conducive to the type of a dialogue that is needed, that's necessary. You know,
I got you.
I don't know. What do you think should happen? Let me ask you, or ask the listeners what they think should take place. We've not had anybody that's not that's asked any contrary questions. So I don't want to leave them out if that's possible. If that's part of your program to look at if there's anybody else saying, well, that's not true, or what he said is not true. I want to know those things so that I can correct them.
All right. So Garfield.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, no questions, man. No questions in the chat.
Oh yeah, let me go to the chat, man. I'm just making this your show, bro.
Everybody in the chat wants to know what the hell you've been eating for the last hour.
Oh, you can hear me?
Oh.
Over there chewing like you eating pork crisps.
No, it's not him. That's I thought I muted his mic. It's from Paul. It's not from him.
It's from Paul.
Yeah.
What?
No, that was Alan over there snacking.
I muted Alan's mic.
Paul doing what?
No, there's a sound coming from your area that we think it's coming from Alan's, but it's from you.
Okay, what does the sound like?
Like a clicking sound.
A zipper.
Oh no.
Yeah, people talking about people masturbating.
I have an important
Masturbating.
I have an important question.
Come on, man.
They said zippers and right. I'm reading the back chat.
Well,
okay, I have an important question for Paul.
Let's look at the things that okay, go ahead.
Paul, one quick question I have, because I looked it up also. The tribe of Shabazz, which is a popular name that they're called. And you mentioned in the video about the origin of the name Shabazz, which is basically Indian also. And I was researching it. It has a little different spelling, but it also, what I found was that it was some kind of gang or group in India called Shabazz. Do you have any clarification of that?
I don't know about a group, but I know that there's several towns that have that name, Shabazz. It's also a popular name in what was India that had been turned into Pakistan after World War II. The British created Pakistan. They chopped up India and created Pakistan. So in Pakistan today, which was not Pakistan in 1930, you have W.D. Farad talking about the tribe of Shabazz. Shabazz comes from India. The name is used in India. It's a Persian name or word, but it's a name that is used in India. When you put together all of the facts, not just some of them, but you put together all of them, then the picture is clear that Shabazz is it's from India. It's a name. There's plenty of people, like there's families named Shabazz. The family of Shabazz. Shabazz family, just like the Jones family or the Smith family. Shabazz is a popular name in India. And I would think, perhaps there's some group that also call themselves by that same name, but I don't know about that group. I've never heard of those groups, so I don't know what those are. Can you tell us anything more about them?
No, it wasn't clear to me. That's why I was asking for clarity from you.
Yeah,
I just know that when I was looking at it, it did show that it was an Indian origin name. Everything points to India, basically.
Yes, Usman.
Yeah, and I just want to I want to make a point, and it's something that the brother Chief X was saying. When I look at the videos and I look at what people saying, the first thing that comes out, like Chief X did this post, this is to the brother. Oh, Pastor Farad is a fraud. He wasn't doing this.
Mhm.
So when we look at the body of work that we're actually talking about now it is validating the teachings of Elijah, Muhammad, and Master Farad. There is a change that happened in those actual teachings. So when we're looking at these lessons from what we talked about, being chased into the caves, coming out of the caves, being put in specific places, being the people coming into civilization, causing destruction amongst the people, from the 24 elders to the scientists, and all these other things, we find those in different traditions and telling a story. And this story seems to be accurate because we can find it. It's not something that's just made up out of the blue. He sat there and he just made this up. If he just made this up, this would not be in all of these different cultures of the similar story of an event that took place. And that's all I wanted to say.
Another thing,
like a 5%, huh?
Yeah.
And you know this.
Go ahead, man. I'm gonna let you live tonight, bro. I'm gonna let you live tonight.
Even the name Farrakhan is Indian.
That's an Indian name, yes. Yes, Farah Khan.
But Elijah gave him that name, so it must be special.
Yeah. And he had to hear that name from someplace. He didn't just make that name up.
Kareem Sharif, that's Indian, right?
So what's up with the mother plane, man?
Call it.
What's up with the mother plane?
Well, I'm going to do in part 3. I'm going to talk about that, and it's not a spaceship. First of all, it's not a spaceship. Now, there's been changes made in the teachings from the 1930s, and more recently. You can just look at recently. Just look at the past 10 years. There's changes made there too. For instance, people, like I get these challenges, right? People say, "Why are you changing? How come you're changing the teachings?" And the fact is that if you just say what the teachings were in the 1930s, which is what W.D. Farad taught, people think that you're changing the teachings. But he didn't teach it. He was up on a spaceship. Whoever's teaching that, that's something different from what he was taught. That's different from what he taught. He never taught that the messenger's up on a spaceship. He never taught that. That's something different that somebody else has taught, is teaching. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying that what I'm discussing is the teachings of W.D. Farad, what it is that he taught. And he did not teach those things. So there's been a lot of changes in the teachings even recently. If you notice, like the Orthodox world has not taken a single step towards the nation and towards our tradition. They haven't taken a single step towards our tradition. We've taken huge steps towards them. So you have people and that's okay if that's what they want to do. But these same people, many of them say that I'm changing the teachings, but if you just look and you see them praying on prayer rugs, okay, them bowing down to, Mecca, that's good. That's all good because that's Orthodox Islam. And if that's what they want to do, that's perfect. But I'm talking about the teachings of W.D. Farad. I'm not throwing out that tradition. Many people, most peoples have a tradition, like the Japanese have traditions, the Chinese, Jews have a tradition. They don't have to prove that there was a man called Adam. They don't try to prove if there was Moses and Abraham. They don't have to prove those things. Yet they can build a society that is successful off of their traditions, because the traditions speak on many levels, not just the historical. It talks about other things. There's some allegories involved. There's some metaphors involved. It's not just history. We think everything has to be historical. It's got to come out of somebody's history book. It has to be historically true. Like the deportation of the moon. We say that has to be historically true in order for it to make sense. But no, all of these societies, they have traditions, and those traditions inform them of things that are happening right now. A lot of those teachings, from what I see, are things that happen every day. In one sense, it is also tied to history. So you'll find that there is some correlation. There is a great correlation between the events of our tradition and, historical events. That doesn't mean I'm going to throw it out because it's not, historically true. Every aspect of it is not historically true. Like the deportation of the moon, someone drilled a hole halfway through the earth and filled it up with dynamite, which wasn't even invented, or and blew it up, and that doesn't have to have happened 66 trillion years ago when the universe is only 14.5 billion years old. Okay, there's something else being taught. There's something else being taught. There's more that's being taught than just history. There's more, meaning in that. Other people take their traditions and they build off of them, and they build a world, and they rule us with that as their foundation, as their basis, and they stand behind their, traditions. Here in this country, the only traditions we really have are the Christian church and that whole school that developed out of the 1920s and 1930s. And that school has several branches, right? Like there's Noble Drew Ali, very, very important person. And the tradition that he taught is very important. I'm for people holding on to that and, learning from it. Aesthetics. We have to create a aesthetic, a sense of beauty. We don't have a sense of what's beautiful. We borrow someone else's aesthetic, and we try and piece together a aesthetic. We need to create a aesthetic of our own, and to do that, we have to have a tradition, a body of teachings that inform us from day to day. We don't have that, and I'm for building that. And I found one that works for me. It does not. I'm not saying that I'm not into ancient Egypt. I'm into that too, because that's part of the same tradition, as far as I'm concerned, because I can see what happened there in Egypt, and I can say, oh yeah, wow, the Hyksos, them coming out, Yakub, and many other things that relate to that time period. Incorporating everything, all of the history, all of the philosophies, all of our Weltanschauungs, or worldview, into a tradition, or using a tradition as a base. So whichever tradition we choose, we have to be able to build on that. And you can build on one tradition, I can build on another. At some point in the future, we're going to develop one tradition. We're going to all come together. Hopefully, we're going to have to. But it's got to start someplace.
Raborn.
Yo, peace, bro.
I have a question for you, Raborn. This is Chief X. And after this question, maybe Paul can elaborate. So my kind of final analysis and summation of all the concepts that we're speaking on, because Paul is basically speaking on what Fard Muhammad taught, not what Elijah Muhammad taught. So my understanding and summation is that as a whole, Elijah Muhammad added and subtracted from the teachings of Fard Muhammad and did his own thing kind of separately. Whether he lied on Fard or not, he added all the other elements to the teachings of the Nation of Islam. But Fard, in my opinion, was teaching a form of Buddhism that Elijah Muhammad chopped up and added and subtracted from and started his own movement? What do y'all think?
That's really something I just said. It's a complicated thing with that. Why did he do this? I look at what his mission statement was. Their mission was to raise the dead and the mentally dead. I believe he changed things according to what he seen that was fit for that time, in a contradictory type of way. Like, for instance, 1 minute he'll say that the black man is God. Then the next minute he'll say that Allah, and the next minute he'll say that Allah is fraud. Then you will say that fraud Muhammad is alive somewhere. Then you start, and through the whole teachings, the body of teachings from the original questions, you them adding on about that. You don't see them talking about 120. You see them talking about a bunch of other things, as if they try to forget for whatever reason. I don't know why, but they're not sticking to that. That's the movement of leadership. Now, in the problem book, when we look at it, it tells you what's a reward for getting these questions right. It says Quran Sharif. Why would you offer the Quran Sharif? Why did you use the word Islam? Why did you use these things? Maybe, I don't know what Elijah was thinking. None of us know what he was thinking. All I know is that he utilized what this person taught him, and he built on something that I haven't seen replicated, or we haven't seen replicated yet. And it all needs to be updated. It needs to be updated, everything.
Let me get in here, man. Let me get in here for a second, man.
Yeah, get in here.
Let me get in here for a second. Now, how do you guys separate Farad Muhammad's teachings from Elijah? How do you know exactly what Farad taught and what Elijah taught? Exactly. How do you know that? Go ahead, Paul or Rob on, because I'm gonna say something after you guys are finished. Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to say, I wouldn't say that the messenger, lied. I would say, and I do say that he did what he could do, and he did the best that he could do, and that's all that you can ask of any person. But there were changes made over time, and there still are changes being made. The oldest document, now he mentioned the Quran Sharif that appears in the problem book. That was written by W.D. Farad. Now, there's a few things added into the problem book that was not written by W.D. Farad, but the word Quran Sharif was that's part of the problem book. If you get on Google,
hold on, Paul. The problem book. No, listen. And to African, I was in what you call it class. So I know about all of that. What I'm saying is, do we have a source that goes right back to Fard?
I'm getting to that. But I wanted to say that if you go on Google right now and you type in Quran Sharif, Koran Sharif, you'll see the only book that's called Quran Sharif comes from India. You'll see hundreds of links. Quran Sharif is the Indian name for the Quran. It's not used in Arabia. Now, as to your question, what is it that we know, or how do we know what was taught by W.D. Farad, and how do we separate it from what's been, added to it or what's been taken away from it? Is that correct? Is that right? Do I understand? Okay. We don't. We have to make do with what we have to work with. We did not give that tradition the respect that it deserved, nor do we do it now. So we still let new things come into it. We still let that come in, and we still don't know where that line is drawn, because so much is still being added. So if you take the other traditions, the Arabs would not let you change the Quran at all. they wrote that thing down, and they have the hadith. You can't change those things without running into a lot of big trouble. We don't have that kind of respect for us. We will switch our stuff up in a minute. Somebody says that there's a spaceship and somebody's on it. Boom. Yeah, they're on the spaceship. We will do that. We don't have that type of respect. What I do then, that since that is there, the oldest document that we have is the Supreme Wisdom book, the lesson book. That's all. That's as far back as we can go in terms of his writing, his teaching. We can see what he taught by what he wrote. And then we have to look into it very closely to see what has been added to it. And there's ways you can look at a document. You can look at a document and examine it, and you can see certain words that did not exist at that period of time added to that document. Then you know that that word was added in there. If you see something written in a style that's different from the style of the person who wrote it, then you can suspect maybe that was added, especially since it starts off saying that it's got some notes added onto it. Then you know there's some notes added on there, and you have to find those notes and have to be able to discern what the difference is. But the bottom line is, we really don't know, because so much has been destroyed by our leaders and by us
So question, when we see the term Allah there, original problem book,
where does that appear in the problem book? Which problem are you talking about?
When you look in just in the beginning, let's say in the instructions of the laborers.
No, wait, back up. You said when you see the name Allah in the problem book.
No, it's not in the no,
okay,
not in
so
the problem book.
okay, so the problem book is written by W.D. Farad, and Allah does not appear there. Go ahead.
Right. So in the instructions of the laborers, when it says like our Savior Allah and Savior Allah, Allah is all through there. Well, how do we know in the original aspect of it was that term there?
Well, easy. I have, like I mentioned in part 2, I have copies of the lessons from 1953, and I show where that name was added, where that name does not appear in 1953. If it's not there in 1953, then it was added after 1953, because it only appears after 1953. And I tell people, if you want a copy of it, write me and I'll send you a copy. So you can compare the 1953 edition of the lessons, of that lesson, and you can see that that name Allah is not there. It's added in. You see, so it takes work to go through all of the tangled knot and untangle it, because it's very tangled up. And all of us have to do the work to untangle it. I'm doing what I can do. And in relative to that particular point, that word doesn't appear in 1953. If it doesn't appear in 1953 and it pops up in the 1960s edition, or actually the late 1950s edition, then you know that it happened sometime between 1953 and 1960, which means W.D. Farad didn't write it in 1934. It wasn't in there. It wasn't in it. It was not there in that section that you're talking about until the late 1950s. He didn't add it there, so we know it's not something that he wrote. If he did write it, how did he write it when he had left 25 years earlier? Does that add up? I mean, it makes sense to me. Is that faulty? Or show me where that is there. Does that make the point or no?
Sound logical to me.
In other words, look, I get a letter from you written today, and I have a copy of that letter. Now, someone else produces a letter that they write 5 days from now, and it's got some other words in it, right? It should, and let's say in between now and then, you don't write anything. You disappear. You obviously did not write this letter that pops up 5 days later, or this writing 5 days later. We can know what he taught to some degree of certainty, but the type of certainty that Garfield was asking about, that's going to take work. It's going to take labor to get down to as close of a source document as we can. Do you know that the Old Testament, there's like an older document that's called Q, and that Q.
You mean New Testament?
No, I'm talking now about the Old Testament, also the New Testament, all of those books, all of those books
for the New Testament. Yeah.
All of those books. They don't know who wrote them. They really don't know who wrote them.
Hey, Paul, you know what the key to this is?
That doesn't stop them from moving forward.
Yeah, you know what the key is?
Hey, listen. Wait. I got to say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm hearing a lot of scratching too, and it's definitely not. I'm not eating anything.
That's Chief.
No.
Defense, man. Just blame him. Let's blame him.
Yeah, he's got the edibles.
Let's blame him.
Right.
But Paul, what I'm concerned about is that we talk about the problem book, but is the problem book or anything that we have, do we really know it's from FARD? Because wasn't FARD a member of other organizations too?
Yes.
Okay.
I say yes.
Okay.
But I don't think you're going to find sources that's going to validate that. But I'm convinced.
Something with the FBI files. We're talking
about
of another organization.
No, that's just dealing with the development of our own. Like what they did was
nothing with the Moors.
No, nothing with the Moors. What they did was they tried to connect the two from both of them because they was looking for fraud again. And that guy from the development of our own, they first said that Sanataki, however you pronounce his name,
was
fraud. They thought he was fraud.
Okay.
And then they was like, no, he's not fraud. And then in another part in the FBI file, they'll say that fraud founded the development of our own. And then the story just goes on. Mm-hmm. So these guys didn't know who they was looking for. They didn't know what was going on.
You know, I was at a Savior's Day event, and I think that was the one that I met Wesley Muhammad at in the 90s. This was when he was still a part of the Allah team. And I remember there was a specific individual that was there who was alive during the time of Master Farad Muhammad, a very old lady. And I'm thinking to myself, who knows? Maybe the guys from CROE, C-R-O-E, you're familiar with them. Maybe they have information on this we don't know, you know?
Information on what?
About anything, about Elijah early years, FARD, or, you know, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. What about FARD's association with the Moorish Science Temple?
That's what I was asking, because I remember reading something about that. You remember, remember that, Meru?
The one that took over the Moorish Science Temple right after
yeah, they said
Noble Jihad lease passed.
They said that.
Where did I see that information,
that was in the FBI file.
That's what I was saying, because they said that he took it over. He's one of the factions. There were 3 people that took over the Moors and left. So they said FARD was one, and I think Kirkman Bey was another one, and another guy. They said he was.
Yeah, Kirkman
Well,
Bey.
Shabazz Productions mentions that in his video he did about the whole Moors and Nation of Islam.
You talking about Shabazz that used to be with what do you call it? What's his name? Shabazz? Not Howie Shabazz. He's a historian, man. He left the teachings too. He left the teachings.
Yeah, Kirkman Bey, he's in the 40s. late 30s and the 40s. This guy,
No.
that you're talking about.
Kirkman Bay is in that newspaper from 1930, 29, 30, when
Yeah, and then
Joali.
no?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the
Kirkman
same
Bay.
dude. Okay. I got him familiar with the other dude, the Abdullah guy.
Okay. Yeah, Kirkman
The,
Bay was there when Noble Joali died, and he was one of them that took over as
right.
as Noble Joali reincarnated. So you had a bunch of people saying they're Noble Joali reincarnated. So
Another thing that's kind of really telling is surely if Fard or anyone is teaching Islam, they will also mention the 5 pillars of Islam, which Fard never mentioned. And my understanding, I think you said Fard never mentioned the name Allah either, or the 5 pillars.
I didn't say that he does. He never mentions it. He doesn't put it in the in the
Instructions of the laborers.
into the supreme wisdom lesson book. Those lessons that he left for posterity. He does not mention Allah
Or the pillars.
Oh, well, not only does he not mention the 5 pillars, but the teachings, the principles of his teachings are all contrary to the 5 pillars of Islam. Period.
yeah,
And that and
I
that
agree.
is, he doesn't have to mention that there are 5 pillars, but you can look into the principles and you see if the Quran is written by 24 men and 23 do the actual writing. That's way different from what you hear in the Orthodox world. So you have to redefine what you mean by that term Islam, or you have to give it some other name that everybody understands. So when I look at those 5 pillars, I don't see them. They're not there. They really aren't. And for people to argue that they are there, they have to do a lot. You'll look at their writing or what they're saying, and it's very convoluted. It's a whole lot of gymnastics involved to get those words to kind of bend them around and twist them around and make them look as if that's what he wanted to teach, but he couldn't teach it. Well, the whole question, what I look at, I'm not interested in what he wanted to teach. I want to look at what he actually taught. And what he taught is Buddhism. The principles.
Bottom line.
The principles is Buddhism.
All right, in Buddhism, let me ask you this though. In Buddhism, what can you explain to people who don't understand what Buddhism is? Can you just give us a great 30 seconds?
Buddhism is a methodology for bringing man back to stability, for ending suffering, for bringing man back to a state of stability. And that stability, that point is called nibbana. That's a person who is no longer imbalanced, mentally imbalanced. We are at current time mentally imbalanced. And that's why there's so much violence, so much hatred, so much of what we are, so much of what we see ourselves doing as a people. Those are things that we did not do at one period of time. We were much more balanced, like the scales in ancient Egypt. There's a certain balancing, and they used to have that balance. We used to have that balance. Aboriginal man is balanced. He's balanced. He's not out of balance. And the Dhamma is a practice whereby we can become more balanced and eventually return to our state of balance, aboriginal state. And we're trying to get to that state of balance. And that's what the practice is designed to do, is to end the dukkha, what's called dukkha, that just means suffering, dissatisfaction. W.D. Farad taught about dissatisfaction. And that's what the word means, dukkha. How do you end that? How is that done? There has to be some type of method to bring that about. Some people may say, well, you have to pray. If that works for them, then let them do that. But for me, what I found that has helped me has been that practice. So that's and I got that practice from in part as a result of the tradition that I have embraced, that is the teachings of W.D. Farad, what it is he taught. There was something else that you had said that I wanted to say something about, but it's escaped me.
Well, in response to
oh.
the back chat there, brother Guthrie, people are, if you want to touch on it and don't want to divert, being that you just, remember what you were going to say. They were wondering in the back chat about the Scientology connection to,
Nah. Mm-mm. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. You know why? You know why I don't want to go there? And the reason why I don't want to go there, because obviously that's something that was added. We don't even need to get into that. And to the brother in the chat, Lan Shabazz was a historian who the NOI called a collector, who left the NOI, he wrote a book called Blood, Sweat, and Tears, The Nation of Me. But Lan Shabazz, for those who don't know, because I'm in the UAM, man. So all these brothers, I used to see them in New York. You know what I'm saying? I remember when they assigned me to watch Dr. Khaled's car, his Bentley. You know what I'm saying? So I used to be in the mix. So I know all these brothers from when I was young. But Lan Shabazz has a lot of stuff on VHS. I don't know if they're on YouTube. I think he transferred them to YouTube. I don't even know what his YouTube channel is, but he has a lot of history. A lot of history that he talks about. So if you combine what Paul is talking about and compare Lance and compare a lot of stuff, the people that deal with the history from back then, Crow, then you trust me, a lot of stuff that Paul is saying, you might find out is true. I don't know how much of the Buddhism aspect is 100%, but it sounds good. I don't know. I haven't done my research. I haven't done my research on it, but it sounds legitimate. And it makes sense, because if you go back to what Danny told us too, about the people that were coming in during that time period, you talk about Deuce Muhammad, you talk about brothers in the 1800s saying that they want to bring certain religions to the country, whether it's Islam or Buddhism. There was a wave of people. So when he said around 1910, Master Farad Muhammad was coming in and out the country, and 1910, that if you look at 1910 and the immigration records, you see a lot of people from India, Pakistan, and all these different people coming in, and all of them want to convert people. It's either they were assigned by their government or somebody rich. They even had commercials in the newspapers. We're here to convert people to such and such, to Islam or to Buddhism or to this or to that. So it was around, man. And when you throw in the whole Egyptian adept stuff, throw in the what you call it, the magician stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on, man. There's a lot of stuff going on. So I wouldn't be surprised with what Paul is saying. It might not be 100%, but with his research, he might be onto something that a lot of us have never looked into. You know what I'm saying?
I'll say that I haven't done anything yet on the Dhamma, on Buddhism. I haven't put up anything on that. All right, so that's a topic that I'd like to go into in depth, but much of it I'll just cover it relative to the teachings of W.D. Farad, and just show where those two correlate. But I've not put up anything, relative to that topic. But I do plan on doing that. Of course, that's where I'm going. That's part of where I'm going, because the series isn't over, and there's some other things that I want to put out. But I just touched on it briefly. I touched on it briefly. There's a lot that I left out, but I have to leave that out right now. I'm just being honest with you.
Garfield.
But what other? Oh, go ahead.
Garfield.
Go ahead, bro.
The whole discussion is kind of like very powerful and telling. I love the show. So it's like Fard wrote in Urdu, Indian. The name is Indian. Farrakhan's name is Indian. Talks about the will concept, which is Indian Buddhist. It's just a lot of overwhelming evidence that Fard is from India.
let me say this, if I may. There is zero evidence that he's from Mecca. Zero. So if there was just one piece of evidence showing he's from India, it would be overwhelming. The fact is, there's no evidence that he's from Mecca. Zero. There's only claims. And that is why I think I think there's so much, anger, is that when someone's faced with that statement that, hey, there's zero evidence, not a single scrap of evidence ties him to Mecca. Nothing, not his name, not the language that he wrote in, not the words, not the names that he used for the people. The wheel is the symbol of Dhamma, of Buddhism. It's not the symbol of, Islam. It's not the symbol of Christianity. It's the symbol of Buddhism.
Do you think in all of Fard's teachings in his life, did he have any bad intent or try to purposely teach any falsehoods? Or was that just something he just believed in?
None that I see. In fact, there was some other work that he was doing that I haven't put out publicly, but he was doing some really, some good work that I think when I put it out, I think people will see why it is that I hold on to that as a tradition. I use that as my personal tradition, and I grow from that. I grow on that and I build on that. I don't want to throw it away. Those lessons have been thrown out before. And when they were thrown out, the only people who basically held on to them were the 5%. The 5%, they've never thrown that out.
Hey, listen. This is what we're gonna do, man. This is getting very interesting. I think we should set up a part 2, man.
Well, let's get some. Is there people who can come in and talk? Because I know there's some people chomping at the bit, mad and frustrated and spitting and jumping over.
Nobody's mad. No, not really.
But there's got to be somebody to come in to ask some questions. No? You're not set up for that?
I mean, if they want to, they could come in. I could post the link.
Okay.
Well, that's link. Okay. I think he was thinking about a phone call line.
I don't want to change the program. I don't want to change it, but I don't want it to make.
You sound gully. You sound gully. We're all down for that. You want some drama?
No. I just don't want like a.
We love it, Paul. Let's see you go. Let's turn it up.
Okay. I didn't mean it.
Yo,
like that. I just don't want to be. I just don't want it to be like a like a love fest.
No, this is a Dagger Squad show, brother. If you don't throw a dagger, look, hey.
Garfield, call Wesley on the phone right now. Call Wesley on the phone right now. Call him. All right,
anybody in the back chat, Gully, you want to?
No, wait. I'm not asking to bring anybody in who's not interested in it.
Okay.
All right. That's what I asked. If there's people listening, and there's things that I've said that they are hearing, that they want to, not just me, but the other, others have said things. If there's people who want to comment on that, but I'm not saying.
Let's say I'm
not saying. Let's say I'm
totally ignorant brother, right?
Who's not even part of the conversation.
I'm not part of the conversation. I'm totally ignorant. I just now hearing about Paul Guthrie, right? I know I'm familiar with some stuff about the Nation of Islam's history. Sado Takahashi, some things here and there. I can relate, right? But you're coming from a Buddhist slant. I saw some people in the back chat saying that you're kind of biased and you're practicing some other kind of religion. So is it possible that you could be superimposing your kind of worldview on like the Nation of Islam's practices? You know what I'm saying? In a general way.
That's the question?
Okay. I'm trying to frame that like that. Because I'm an outsider. I don't know what Paul Guthrie is
that's
about.
Possible. Sure, that's possible.
Find out
sure, that's possible.
That's right. Namaste.
That's correct.
Okay. I know a little bit about this and that. So
not only is that possible, but that's the only thing that I can do. In other words, I can't speak from somebody else's eyes, from somebody else's mouth. I have to speak based on
I heard you
what
say
I see.
you have been influenced by Fard's teachings too. So that's what I'm confused about. I'm an outsider. I'm just listening.
Yes.
Right?
Well, okay. Here's my point that I'm making is that
More in depth?
I don't see any difference. And the thing is that we have this idea of a bias, that people have to look at things objectively. In other words, there is no viewing. You don't see through your own experience. Well, I do. Okay, so that thing about bias, of course, I'm going to look at it through my own lens, through my own eyes, as does each person, whether they want to admit it or not. If you take somebody from an entirely different I don't know, culture or point in time, you take somebody from the 16th century, they're not going to look at the world the same way that you and I do. This world, the modern world, they're going to look at it through their own eyes. That's a bias. That's being human. Humans are biased. So
well said.
yes, I am looking at it through my own lens, and I take full responsibility for what I see and what I say. Here's the question: is my bias such that I am misrepresenting something, or is the bias of Islam that has been superimposed on W.D. Farad's teachings, is that a bias that misrepresents what he taught? And I think that is a bias that misrepresents what he taught. I can support what I see, and I can say what I see and say, if somebody sees something different, tell me what it is, and let's compare notes. Let's see which is bending it out of shape, which is a proper representation of what we both really experience, and which is just something that someone else told us that we see. You see, they really don't see. Most people don't see. They just say what they're told they see. And they're told that there's a spaceship, and so that's what they see. They're told that W.D. Farad taught, Islam, so that's what they see. They've never looked at it. They haven't looked at the lessons. They have not studied the lessons. In fact, they stopped teaching the lessons in 1996, and they didn't even have the lessons back until 2012. So they haven't even looked at the lessons. They've thrown those lessons out several times. They just don't want a person who is unqualified,
Paul,
unschooled.
Somebody's asking if you think Fard was a Dalit. You would know what that means.
Yes. No. I don't know. I don't know that he was a Dalit. A Dalit is like an outcast. It's an outcast. It's the lowest caste in India. And the Dalits, they were Buddhists who would not accept the caste system. And so when the Brahmins came back into power in India, they took all of the Buddhists and they turned them into outcasts, meaning you're not even part of the caste system. You're dirt. You're not even part. You're not the head, the arms, or the feet. You're the dirt. And those are called Dalits. And Dalit means broken. It means the same thing as does Negro. It means the dead, the broken, the crushed. I know this, that what he taught was that was something supportive of the cause of the Dalits and supportive of the cause of the slave and the ex-slave. But I don't know that he was born a Dalit, or if he was not. I just honestly, I don't know. But it's a good question.
Well, I want to know, did they practice Ma'atic Islam? Is that why? I had to throw a dagger. That's Wesley Muhammad's.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Who are they?
The Dalits, maybe they became an underclass for practicing Mahdic Islam.
He's making a joke about what.
I know.
Hey, one thing that I think one thing that's also important we didn't touch on or mention is that the name Wallace Fard, I think you were saying Wallace is a British name, because it was British India.
Yeah.
So even Wallace, Fard is Indian. So even Wallace is British Indian.
Correct. And he uses language, much of the language. Remember when I was saying we don't really see, we don't really hear. We just say what someone else tells us that we see and hear, and we just follow orders. We just submit. Somebody tells us this, and we don't stop to look at it. Much of the terminology that he uses, like there's some letters that he wrote where he says, go to a certain city and start a station there. That is Indian English. No other place speaks of a city or a town as a station, except in India. That's how they talk in India. Grafted. Has anyone ever stopped to think, what does the word grafted mean? Grafted from. Grafted from, not grafted to. See, they think grafted means to graft into, but W.D. Farad talks about grafted from. Grafted is a British slang word that means work. Graft means work. And so someone may ask you, what's your graft? What kind of graft do you do? What they're asking is, what kind of work do you do? And grafted means worked or made. So that's British English. But they never heard that. They never listened to the word. They were just told the word. By they, I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I just mean the average person in the way that we've been trained. We have not been taught how to think. Okay, Chief, that's you.
That was
I saw
me.
you moving. Yeah, okay. We haven't been taught how to think. We've been taught what to think. But we've never taken a class on how to think. All of our classes and all of our schooling, from kindergarten up to university, is what to think. How to answer that question. In other words, what's the answer to that question? You answered A or B or C or D. So they teach what to think. We need to learn perhaps how to think. We haven't learned that. They don't teach us how to think. They teach us what to think. So when they give us all of these words and all of these bodies of teachings, they tell us what it means, which keeps us from having to do the work of studying it, of looking into it for ourselves, of being a light unto ourselves, of doing for self. Because they do it for us. They say, don't worry, you don't have to learn these lessons. We're going to teach them to you. Now that's a bias. And it is an unjust bias because it robs the individual of the right that individual has to think for him or herself. Now, I'm biased, but there are also other biases, and we have to take those biases and determine what's a good bias. What's a good way for me to look at things, or for us to look at things as persons. But the name Wallace, yes, that is a British name. Farad is an Indian name. Babiji is an Indian name. Usman Sharif is Indian. Quran Sharif is Indian. It's 9,000 miles by water to India. It's 2,200 miles from India up to the Caucasus Mountains. There's a oasis at 1,100 miles. D.W. Shaw, that's Indian. These are all names and all things taken from the oldest document that we have that we can say this is what W.D. Farad taught.
I heard you mention the name of a Indian place that was, I think you said it was 9,000 years old. It was previous to Mecca. What was the name of that?
It's called
What was the name?
Mohenjo-daro and Harappa.
Oh, I know. I'm familiar with Mohenjo-daro.
Okay.
Well, what was the name of the city that kind of had the same sound?
Mleccha, M-L-E-C-C-H-A. That's the
Spell
name.
slow. M-L-E-C-C-H-A,
M-L-E-C-C-H-A.
and that was supposedly what in history?
That's the name
City?
of India. Well, that's the civilization that existed there, the Indus Valley civilization. It was
Okay. Thank you.
it was a contemporary of ancient Egypt, and they traded with the Sumerians, the Aboriginal people of Sumeria and Egypt, who are all Africans. They're all the same people, right? They're all the same people. So when I say that the root of civilization that is discussed in the lessons, I don't mean that that's the first place. I'm saying that that's the first place in Asia. That's the oldest root in Asia, the root of civilization in Asia as a continent, but it does not predate ancient Africa. It does not take away from Africa. Africa was there first. There were people there first. That's the root. That's the first root. Africa. That's where man came out of. Right? So that doesn't take away from that. During the 1930s, one interesting thing is during the 30s, they were convinced that people started in Asia. That was the science of that era, and that people had migrated into Europe and the US and even Africa. And so W.D. Farad was teaching the science of his day. There was a lot of things he didn't know because he lived in 1930. He didn't know about Facebook. He didn't know about the iPad because those sciences were not developed in that period of time. Anthropology was at a certain state where they thought people had moved into Africa. It was about the same time they had developed, there was two schools at that time. One was the out of Africa, one was the out of Asia. Well, the out of Asia was the predominant view, and he taught the science of his era. He taught science of his era. Some of it has later been proven to be untrue scientifically, but that doesn't mean that the tradition should be thrown out. Albert Einstein, there's a lot that he didn't know, and nobody's going to say he was a fool, but he lived at a certain point in time, and given what it is that he had to work with, you look at the work that he did and what he created and what can be built off of the work of those people. So Farad, there are things that people can look at and they can, say, oh, that's not true. I don't believe in that. It did not happen. And in many cases, to be honest, they're right. It did not happen in the past. Some of the historical events are not historical events. The Romans had a system, like a tradition that involved their gods and goddesses. And a lot of those aren't things that actually happened on the ground. Some of it happens up in the sky. Like Mars, the god Mars is pulled through the sky on a chariot that's pulled by two horses. Well, if you look at the planet Mars, it's a red planet, the same as the chariot of Mars, and it's pulled by two moons. And the two moons have the same name as the two horses that pull the chariot of Mars. See, so there's a lot of different levels at which a good tradition will speak from. So we want to be able to take all of our traditions, ancient Kemet, ancient Sumer, we own all of it. All of it's ours. And put it together and not throw it out and try and salvage what's good in it and build our world based on it as a foundation. And I'm suggesting that one of the bricks in that foundation should include some of our experience in this country that comes out of the 1920s and 1930s, including Noble Drew Ali, including the Moors, including ancient Egypt and the Kemetic school that's very popular now. You know, we need to build off of that. We need to save that and put it all together, you know, collate it. Now we have something that is the equal of anyone else's tradition. But if we just laugh at it and throw it out because it doesn't make sense historically, we'll never even start to lay our foundation. Mars doesn't make sense. Jesus doesn't make sense. But look at the world that the Christians have built based on that, you know, narrative of a man who walks on water. Doesn't make any sense, but look at the world that they built on it. Look at the Jewish tradition and look at what they built based on their tradition and their teachings. Moses doesn't make sense. Abraham doesn't make sense. Adam being made out of mud doesn't make sense. But look at what they've been able to do with something that doesn't make any sense. You know, and if we stop judging our tradition and judging our biases and saying, yes, I'm biased, but this is my bias. Every people have a bias. Every person has a bias.
Oh, totally agree. We have our friends, they make fun of us. Oh, that stuff from Egypt is so spooky.
Oh, so you're
It's African, right?
Yeah, absolutely, right.
Yeah. I'm from Philadelphia.
Okay.
I appreciate all African history. These guys got a plethora of African history I can study. Oh, golly gee. I got excited. See, it speaks. He calls it pseudo, but at least it's our pseudo.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yes.
You sound like some of us, Paul. Might sound crazy to you, but I'm feeling it.
What's up, brother Danny, man? You ain't got nothing to add on, brother Danny? True story.
Well, let me add this, my brother. This I know 2016 was pseudolicious indeed.
I keep hearing
everybody just
crackling. Is that Chief X?
I think that's right.
That was me that time. I admit it.
That's what.
Man, the people in the back
don't take me to court.
Farting and they heard all kinds of weird noises. I was like, what the hell is going on in there? People eating and flatulence. Come on, guys. I was cracking up. But hey,
the true story ain't got nothing for us. I can't believe it.
Oh, I was saying that 2016 was pseudolicious indeed, but 2017 is going to be the day of the primary document. You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't want to hear about it; they want to see it. Missouri this year,
Okay.
So when you make a claim, like that's what, yeah, you better be ready to be scrutinized because we're checking everything out. Hey, that's right.
Yes.
How about I learned something today? That's actually a factual part of history. Look, I can look at this document. My man said it was changed here. Oh, it just don't look like what I saw. Oh, that's dead.
Yes, one of the things I want to add to that, that's true. One of the things I think is that it doesn't matter what people want. It doesn't matter what they think. It doesn't matter what they say. Right. Unless we're just
facts.
Unless we're just performers on the stage. Unless we are performing for an audience. If we see something, we should be able to say it, regardless to whether people are going to agree with it or disagree with it. If a man is true to what he sees, what he hears, it doesn't matter what people see and say. We put together everything that everybody sees and says, and then we have like a full perspective. But if we just try to please what the crowd wants, this. So I'm not saying that, I'm not saying what you're saying is not true. I'm just saying that, we have to be able to speak as individuals and not fear the crowd. One thing that we do is we follow fashions. If there's a tennis shoe that comes out, you got to have that tennis shoe. If there's a new phone, you got to have that new phone, a certain hat or coat or whatever it is, because that's what we do. we're very social people, and that works against us in this civilization. They've used that to work against us. But we have to be able to stand as individuals, even when everyone else disagrees. If we believe what we're seeing is true, or that's what we see, that's all that we can really say. You know, everything else is just going along with the crowd. There's a saying that the emperor has no clothes, you know, and sometimes there's no emperor. Sometimes you don't even see the emperor. So just because that's what people want, that is what they want, and that's what they're going to get. But that's not like the motive for us, you know. Our motive is not to feed the crowd. I hope, you know.
This Chief X. I'm gonna have to make a run, so I just wanted to tell everyone I enjoyed the show and thank Paul for coming on.
Thank you for
And
inviting me.
yeah, this was very enlightening. That's about it. Garfield, where you at?
Good having you, brother.
Where's Rob Bourne? I haven't heard him for a while.
I'm here.
That's because he know I'll get ready to talk about it.
I'm here. I'm here, brother.
Ours still pseudo. We don't play
Can he
that.
have do him an outro? Can he have like an outro? Because I thought I was going to be building with, you know, with him, and it turned out that it was that we had started off, but then it got off track. And
Yeah.
so what is it that I need to know, Rob Bourne? Or what is it that you? Is there like an outro, or do we have time for something for him to?
Part 2.
Yeah. Y'all get a part 2, man, because we, like you said, it's good to have a opposing view on here. But yeah, it's good. I mean, there's no outro. I mean, we basically it's a bunch of information to cover. There's more to cover. So it's like it's a bunch of them. It's a bunch of them.
Okay, because I know you have like a lot of jewels that I wanted to see. You know, I wanted to hear about because you had mentioned many things to me.
Yeah,
and I wanted you to share that
we-
with the audience.
Yeah, we was all over the place, man.
Uh-huh.
It got interesting. We could do it part 2 and then just be like, all right, we're gonna talk about this. As far as the term Asia, since we was talking about that, right? That's the degree when it speaks about why does the devil call our people Africans, and it's to make us think that we are all different. That's what the answer, a part of the answer to the question is. Then it says the original people called this continent Asia, the devil calls it Africa. Then that part comes after that to try to make us think that we are all different. Now when we get to this, it's like, all right, finding the root word of Asia. Did the black man call? What are you saying? You're saying that Africa was called Asia. What are you saying in between here? And then you say that the original people strayed away and lived the jungle way of life. So where did these people come from? And what people are you specifically speaking about when you're actually saying this? So when I research the word Asia, I get a different terms. Asu, a physician in Akkadian. I also seen it means land of the rising sun. I also see that what you were speaking about, North Africa, Egypt, all of that was called the Orient. Time frame what we was talking about. So it's a thing that a lot of people get upset about. Why are you trying to make us Asiatic? We ain't no Asiatics. What are you talking about? We African. We not those people over here. So when we deal with genetics and DNA and all of these migrations, we understand that the original people that went over there was called, or not called that, but they was Africans. So I think that what he did was he basically used a term that encompasses that whole part because Orient means east or anything eastward, but it depends on the time frame that we're looking at. Some people, Herodotus, he said something about it, the word. He didn't understand why they mentioned Lydia, which is in Libya, a part of Africa, Europe, and Asia, and put them all as one. He didn't understand why they used that term. Mm-hmm. So I look at it as being a term as far as being describing all the original people from the East. and they also included India in it, which was also that was weird. And I looked at it, I was like, wow. So it's just all dealing with what they was doing at that time and looking at those lessons from a different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I look at that point right there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
Now, here's a question. Here's a question I'd like to ask. And sometimes it's good to go completely off the grid just to get a different perspective. If Europe is West Asia, right? Okay, I know there's bad weather back there. I know it's bad weather out there. Someone must open the window.
No, that's me. I'm walking.
Oh.
I'm coming inside.
Okay, here's my question. Here's a question I'd like to just throw out here. If there is West Asia, where is West Asia according to the teachings? Would it be Europe and let's say parts of Africa? Would that be West Asia?
Well, it's weird because in the lesson he says it's Arabia.
Okay, where is East Asia?
East?
Yeah.
I guess.
No, well, it would be to the east. That would be like China and
China,
Japan. Right, because
okay,
that's east. That's east of west. Now, here's a question. Where is the United States? Because everything is in between east and west. What are we? It's just a question, I'm not proposing an answer. But you see how that sets up? You have West Asia and then you have East Asia. What is the United States relative to Asia? Just a question, Do you see the question? Or no? Maybe not.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just something to ponder, just something to look at. Because there's so much that we haven't seen because we haven't looked at it. There's so much there. There's so much that we need to look at in all of our various disciplines, be it ancient Egypt, if we study mathematics, if we study the sciences, if we do anything, there's so much there that can be learned. You had mentioned about the papyrus where it says all of the secrets are contained in this document. In a sense, one could look at a drop of water and all secrets are really in there. It depends what the person looks for and looks at. And there's an old saying that, like a wise man can look into a blade of grass and see the whole world, So there's secrets. There are things that are right in front of us that we don't see, we don't really look at. And that's always been, I think, with us. And so it's always good to maybe have like a conversation where we talk about what it is that we see and break down different things. And hopefully there's some other questions and some other things that we can add on to what it is that we already know, or that we can help to add on to something that somebody else may know. But I want to thank you, brothers, for having me on, for calling me and asking me to come on. I appreciate it. I don't do this often. In fact, I don't think I've ever done this. I don't do too many public things like this. But I greatly thank you and appreciate you for asking me to come on. Okay.
It's our pleasure. I can't speak for everybody, but
okay. Well, it's my pleasure.
How y'all brothers doing?
So thank you. Maybe,
yeah, brother.
Maybe next time we can have some fireworks.
Well, we were hoping to get to know you better. Well, you know, maybe we were going to advertise your book and, you know, what's that kind of stuff. Cause
Yeah.
not, you know,
Yeah,
maybe
since
not
I
a
don't
lot of
sell
people
it,
have heard it.
since I don't sell it, you know, it doesn't. Yeah, but it's good. It's all good.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that next time, you know, get a up close and personal look at what you've accomplished, that kind of stuff.
Well, I don't
did.
have much of a I don't have a, biography, so
Okay.
I can't tell you what it is that I've accomplished, but I can tell you what it is that I see. You know, I don't go back. I don't have that type of biography where I can, unless I'm filling out like a job resume, you know, then I do that. But I can
Oh
tell you
man,
what
when
I
you come
see.
out in the public on the like YouTube and stuff and the world gets to know you, they're gonna be scrutinizing you like they're gonna know you had a booger in your nose in the 5th grade.
That's good
And
because
that
I'm
your
naked.
teacher, yeah.
Underneath these clothes, I'm naked. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's all good. I don't care.
Hey, will y'all be doing a part 2?
Who is that? Who
That will
asked that
be.
question?
Hey, excuse me, let me introduce myself. Hey, how you doing, Paul? This is Brother Nahisi. I'm at work, so I couldn't get on today.
Oh,
So I was
okay.
just wondering if y'all doing a part 2.
You can ask the host. I guess the host would be more qualified to address that.
Yeah.
And he may have
The
left.
host would have to be present. Yeah,
Has
he'd have to be
Garfield left?
present for that.
Has Garfield left?
Yeah, I'm
He's
back. I'm
driving
back.
the bus?
There he
Hey,
is.
came in. Damn, I gotta keep the show for another 2 hours, man. Damn.
Hey, can I ask
Who's
Paul
driving
one
the
question
bus?
though?
You could ask as many questions as long as Paul is ready to answer it. Go
This
ahead,
is real
Paul.
quick, Paul.
Go ahead, Daisy.
Fire.
Hey, when it comes to the lessons, when you're speaking about Asia and everything, if we go into the lessons and we understand dealing with the Suez Canal, when that separated Africa from Asia, and it was called separation, at that time, you understand what I'm saying? At that time, that's when it separated from Asia and became Africa with the Suez Canal. That's in the lesson. You
Yes, sir.
familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now we have to keep in mind that you know, Pan Asia, that whole Pan Asia geographic movement. What happened? There was one, you know, landmass. They say,
Yeah.
you know, what is it? Geologists say there was one landmass, and that landmass has split up to form the various continents as we see them now. So you're saying
Pangea.
at some period in time, there was this split where Africa as a continent split away from the continent of, you know, Asia. And that's what you're referring to. And that split took place where the Red Sea is at present.
Yeah. Because it's in the lesson where it's dealing with, say I'm not at home there, but where it's dealing with, you know, the price of the Suez Canal and the water and, you know, the depths of it.
Yes, well, it also talks about the Panama
That's
Canal
it. That's
also.
correct.
And
yeah, that's correct too.
And the reason that they built the Suez Canal was that they wanted to get access to India. They just drove right past Mecca because there wasn't nothing there. There was a lot of sand. It was a poor part of the planet Earth. So they had to go all the way around Africa in order to go to India if they were to travel by, you know, ship. So they found a short route and they built the Suez Canal as a way to exploit the riches from India. At that period of time in 1930, India, I think it's about 70% of the world's wealth came out of India. So they were setting up trading posts and settlements in India, the East Indian Trading Company, to exploit the products out of India. At the same time, of course, they were raping, you know, Africa, but they wanted a shortcut to get into India, so they built that canal. Now, as for the split between Africa and Asia, that occurred at a period of time where you don't have people. You have to show that there was people living there. I mean, if we're talking about historical events.
Yeah, you're talking about Pangea, but I'm talking about at the time when they built that, I believe, the Suez Canal in the lesson.
Yes, sir.
It has a date in there. That's what I'm talking about. Dealing with the separation.
I think
You see what I'm saying?
absolutely. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Well, yeah. Well, here's another way that is true. Yes. Yes. There was like a strip of land that connected the two. There's also land that connects Asia with Europe. And when you really look at it really close, there's only one piece of land, and it has like a big giant pond on it.
Yeah.
Okay, like those oceans, there's land underneath them, right? So the land is still connected. All of the lands are still connected. It's just that much of it is covered in water. You see?
Okay.
So does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah, I'm understanding, but I know we go on for hours like this. Yeah.
Well, that's what I do.
I
So I mean, yeah, that's what I do. So I mean, but thank you for adding that, because I never thought about that there was a little strip, there was that strip of land prior to the building of the Suez Canal. Yeah. And that is a different, that is
and that's where people get mistaken, where in the lesson it says that Africa means to separate. Remember that in the lesson?
No.
To separate?
Yeah.
Right, because the Arabic word for Africa is Afrika, which means separate or divided.
Well, that's not, but that's not in the lessons.
Separate is not in
I know. I'm just bringing it to your attention that the origin of the word Africa, if you look at UNESCO's site, they'll tell you that one of the theories that it came to be called Africa is because of the Arabic word Afrika, which means separate or divided. And that's way before the Suez Canal.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I might be wrong with it because I'm at home right now. I'm not near it, but I just somehow thought that was in the lesson where it said that Africa meant separate. So I'm gonna have to go home and look at them.
Yeah, no, that's not in it.
Yeah, it's not in the lesson.
It was popular in Arab thought long before there was a canal. Africa was something separate.
Yeah.
From like,
that's interesting. I've not heard that. Yeah.
Yes. You can look at UNESCO's origin of Africa, they'll tell you that.
Uh-huh. Well, one of the things one of the things that that is included in that question about why does the devil call our people Africans is that it talks about to some extent it says so that it'll have us to believe that that the only people that we have are all savages or savage, and those words such savage and uncivilized, those were words that were used against Black people in the 1930s. Those were like trigger words. Those were trigger words: savage and civilized, uncivilized. And so W.D. Farad, he gives a definition as to what he means by those words. He defines savage and he defines civilization. So all of the words that he uses, he gives a definition for. Someplace in the lessons, those words are all defined, and they're not defined according to what the rest of the world thinks of those words or uses those words, such as Islam. He gives mathematics is Islam, Islam is mathematics. That's a definition as far as I see, because that's the only place where he says X equals Y. Mathematics is equals. Mathematics is Islam. Islam is mathematics. So that's a definition, and he also defines savage and he defines civilization.
Right. So like when it says civilization, one having knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, refinement, and is not a savage in pursuit of happiness.
Correct.
When we look at the definition of civilization, that they have a whole methodology where it's just so broad it's too broad.
Yeah.
It's too broad. It'll say architecture.
It means cities. It
All
means
right, cities. It's broad. This is very, very broad.
correct.
So
And
a
the same with
savage
savage.
is,
Same with savage. The savage
yeah,
is one who has lost
who's
the
lost
knowledge.
all knowledge of self and living a beastly way of life.
Right.
So they all define, man.
Yes.
They all define.
Well, while the word savage really just means somebody who's not domesticated. You know, so
Right.
I mean, in the normal language, in the mainstream language.
Where I got cut off. Where was you at when you said what is direction of the North America to what?
I was saying we're taught East Asia and West Asia, and all of it is over there, right? East Asia and West Asia. So just as a question, what is the U.S.? We wouldn't be East or West. It's just an interesting observation. It's something to look at. It's something to think about. It's a question. I'm not proposing an answer to it.
Yeah.
I'm not proposing.
There's something else I wanted to to get up. We was talking about the English C lesson, right? In the 28th degree, you pointed something out to me, right? And there's some words that's so when we get to that lesson, it says, yes, the trader made an interpretation that they would receive more gold for their labor more than they were receiving in their own country. Mm-hmm. So this is supposed to be in regards to the trade of the slave trade, but when it has trader capitalized and gold capitalized, why is that?
I think because again, this is my own bias, but I'm thinking it's because it's talking about more than just a trader and gold. That's why trader is capitalized. There's been a trading of the lessons. The lessons have been traded. The lessons we have traded in our tradition. We were tricked onto a boat, and the lessons are a tradition, our own country. We were tricked into going somewhere else with the promise that we will receive gold for our labor more than we were earning in our own country. Then did they receive gold? No, the trader disappeared and there was no one who could speak their language. So if you go today with the teachings of W.D. Farad and you say that that's, some kind of Islam, there's nobody who speaks that language. Nobody's going to understand you if you say that. If you go to the Arab world or the Muslim world, you have to speak their language because they certainly don't understand ours.
Hey, quick question here. Hey, Danny, you want to interject and say anything about the history of Fard or anything? I don't know if you want to come in and say anything, brother. I think what I'm going to do is, Nahisi, you normally work on Sundays, right? So I want to set up a time when Nahisi and Alan could be in here because these brothers know the lessons. And so the conversation could be more engaging because I really don't want to start because once I start talking, I'm going to take over the whole conversation. So that's why I'm staying in the back and I'm holding my corners. As we say in Jamaica, I'm holding my corners.
Holding your corners.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a part 2 to this. Because I know you have some stuff coming out. So once you come out with that stuff, we're going to review it. Then we'll come back and ask you some questions on what you come out with. All right? Or if we feel there's more conversation we need to have regarding the lessons. And, because the bottom line is what I'm trying to get from what you're saying is that I'm getting the feeling that Fard teaching is different than the teachings that we have today in 2017. And, people should revert back to Fard teaching instead of what
they don't have to. They don't have to. It's just that I have, but I'm not asking anyone else to. I don't think people should do anything that they don't want to do. I'm not saying that they should do anything. They should do what they want to do. But I'm going to say what I see, and I'm just sharing what I see. They don't have to. They don't have to see the same thing. They don't have to accept it.
I never saw the Imam Bashir debate, but he was saying that his teacher taught Fard too. Did you hear? Did anybody see that debate? I never saw it. but he brought out some information and said that that guy taught Fard and whatever.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
never saw the debate. Did you see that, Brother Nisi?
yeah, I saw that. He's referring to Paul spoke about it on with the first wheel video, dealing with that, coming from the way that the setup, the format of the lessons from out of there. I forgot the guy's name.
Mizra, right here.
It's from the Ahmadadi guy.
Yeah,
Ahmadiyya.
Mizra Ghulam Ahmad.
yeah,
It's the Ahmadiyya, and many of the tenets and teachings of the Ahmadiyya, who I might add, are not accepted as Muslims in any Muslim country. They're not accepted as Muslims in any Muslim country.
I think I have his picture up. Is his picture up?
In fact,
Yeah, he's up.
in fact, let me say this: I've met with some Ahmadiyyas, and it's very hard to find them because they have to hide out, even over here in the States. So they don't have like a mosque or a temple or someplace you can go to, at least not out here in California. I had to call a guy. First, I had to go over to his house, leave a note there. He called me up. I had to meet him someplace, and then I followed his car to someplace, and they had a little spot in like some kind of industrial park. It was all very secretive. And he told me it's because they come under so much attack from the Orthodox. The Orthodox Muslims are just on them like they really dislike them. So they were the kindest Muslims that I had met in my studies. They were the most open, the most. They're just very good people from those whom I have met with, And they were, when I was speaking to them about some of the ideas that I've shared here, they were like, "Oh yeah, this is India. This is India. This is Ahmadi. This is from India."
Yeah, he wrote a lot of books. He wrote a lot of books.
Oh, Ghulam Ahmad was a sage, man.
He used to debate everybody.
Yes.
He used to debate everybody. Like, oh, you want to challenge me? Let's go.
Yes. He's
Who used to debate everybody? This guy here?
Yeah, man. He was a beast. He used to call everybody out. Muslims, Christians, all of them. What's up? Let's get it in. Yeah.
Sound like Maru.
Yeah.
Only thing I think he got like 90 books though on some Dr. York stuff. He got like 90 books.
And there are things that he did not copy and paste. He didn't copy and paste.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And he was a very brilliant seer,
Right.
And he saw things at a time when other people were not seeing them, and he paid a price for it, But
brother,
he was
on for almost 4 hours, man.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna.
One more question, man. You cut it off.
I know.
One more.
I know. I'm just saying we're gonna do it until 10 o'clock because y'all know I don't deal with the long show stuff.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, that's right. You're back east, right?
Yeah, but hey, go ahead, man. Let's hear some last questions from the
Paul, when you're dealing with are you familiar with the term of the number of 786 with the abjad numerals on the front of the Quran?
Abjad, yeah, I'm familiar with Abjad. Briefly familiar with Abjad, with the system of Abjad, yes.
All right. So
letters stand for numbers. That's Abjad.
Right. So on the front of every Quran equals 786. Now that number of when you put the sign together, when the AUM or the OM, when you take it in a Sanskrit symbol, the left, you get this specific ideology. So I mean that's something I'll put up, man. We'll do this again, man. So
that's interesting.
We're gonna go through this, man. We're gonna go through some math. There's a lot of stuff to go through. It was just a discussion, and I think it was peace. I was hoping Wesley Muhammad would peep his head in.
Well, I'll tell you this. If he knew we were doing this, maybe so. I don't know that he knew it.
He knew.
Oh,
he knows.
Okay.
Ain't that right, Garfield?
I really have.
Ain't that right, Garfield?
My
We
thing
gotta
is,
get on our Dagger Squad stuff. We gotta stay on the Dagger Squad, man. Come on.
Hey, I feel like
he's got a job to do.
I feel he's probably watching.
He's got a job to do. He's got a job to do, and he does it well. I'm not part of that job, and I don't want to be part of that job. I do my own work.
Right,
I work for me. I say what I want to say. I say what I see, not what I'm told to see.
That's definitely peace, man. I guess we could wrap it up now if there's no more questions or none of that, and then we can get back in.
Look in the back chat. Let me see if there's any more questions. Yeah, LMR Supreme. What do you want to know? Is there a specific question? Rawborn, let's go. Let me put the link in the chat. Let me beat up Rawborn real quick, man. Because he talk a lot of game, man. Jump on the panel, bro. Let me put the link in the chat, man. Let me put the link in the chat. Lord Abba, where you at? Come prove this Ethiopia means whatever you said it means. Let's go. I got time. Where's each one at? Come on, let's go. You see, they talk a good game in the chat, family. Listen. Hey, since they don't want to jump on, let me just say peace and love. Thank y'all for tuning in, and let's do what we got to do. Shout out to Sham God King in the building. Who we got? Who we got right here? Who we got right here? Oh shit! They said never call Lord Abba and Rawborn out at the same time because they'll jump on in a heartbeat.
That was good.
Lord Abba, what do you say about Ethiopia?
What up?
Noble Charlie taught that, or you?
Yeah, but it's true, and one of the things that if I say something, I'm going to be able to back it up. If you read Strabo's Geography, Book 1, Chapter 2, he speaks about Homer. I have it pulled up right now, right? But he speaks about this term, Aethiops, and what it means according to Homer. This word doesn't exist prior to Homer. It's something that Aethiops is a character or characters that he creates, a people, mythical people that he creates for his poem. And in his poem, the Aethiops, who are kissed by the sun with their embrowned visages, lives on each side of Oceania. And thus, that term Aethiops, although, we can say that it means to burn, etc., but the way Strabo used it, he used it to mean that these were a people that were sundered in twain, meaning split in two on each side of Oceanus.
Oh, so you mean how Homer used it, you mean?
Yeah, well, he's the one that creates the term.
Strabo, okay.
Yeah,
I don't know if he created the term because we don't have any writing before that to document that. But dear, I'll say this: I know the word Ethiops, what it means and how it's used. So Strabo, we could bring up Strabo right now.
All right, pull it up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put the link. Oh no, because I'm not on my computer. So matter of fact, let me see if I could pull it up. I could just go to my.
What do you want? Like in the chat.
What do you want? What do you want in the meantime, Rawborn?
Nothing, brother. We got some bills coming up. Hey, Lord Abba, when is this show happening, Garfield?
Which one?
With Bowman.
Oh, we got one this Thursday at 12 o'clock.
All right. You hear me, Lord Abba?
But hold up, I don't know why the speaker is not on. I can hear y'all, but it's like I got to put the phone. Usually, it goes into speaker mode, and but say it again, Rob.
Oh, the dude Bowman who interviewed you, or use some of your work in his book?
Yeah.
He coming on Thursday, bro.
Yeah. Garfield was telling me earlier I was actually in a clubhouse space, so I'm gonna definitely. Matter of fact, I'm gonna subscribe. Which channel is it on? Is it gonna be on this channel?
It's a private conversation. We're not doing it live. We're not doing it live. Yeah,
Okay.
So hold on, Lord, give me a matter of fact, give me your email. What's your
All right,
email?
I'm gonna put my email in the back channel. Then I'm gonna put the link to the Strabo piece speaking about Homer and the Aethiops. Hold
Okay.
on. Email.
Okay. Oh, you switched up your email, huh? You big time now.
Yeah,
Are you still debating tonight, bro? Lord, are you debating tonight?
No, I'm debating Inky Wednesday on blackness.
What about blackness?
Well, he did some presentation about black something, I don't know. It was some nonsense. I came on at the end of it, and he wants to have a debate about blackness. And I told him when him and Sarnetta called me, I'm not in the Moorish Science Temple of America anymore, so we're not putting more in the title, and I'm not debating. When we went on Sunday, and I told him I'm not debating the Moorish Science Temple of America's doctrine or teaching. If you want to have that debate, you should debate a member of the Moorish Science Temple of America. So we're going to just deal with this term black. We're going to deal with it. Is the term, by calling ourselves black, are we degrading ourselves? And that's basically going to be the debate. And I'm just going to, do what I always do. I'm going to show the observational evidence, right? Because it's clear that our brown skins are not black. Then I'm going to get into the American Anthropological Association's statement on race that they put out back in 2011. I'm going to go in. My presentation is really done. It's done already. I've been doing this for years, so that's going to be light work. Then I'm going to debate Katazak. Tazariak punk ass won't jump on and debate me for I don't know how many years. So he threw Katazak at me. I'm going to mangle him up real quick on if the Moabites and the Ammonites are the Japanese and Chinese. Easy work.
Dumbest shit I've heard in my life. Dumbest shit.
Easy work.
All right.
But I put that link in the back.
I have the quote here, but I want to say that. All right, so let me get it right here from Strabo.
Yeah, so keywords sundered in twain, so you can see how many times, you know what I'm saying, do find, and then it'll highlight how many times sundered in twain is actually used.
Something wrong with the link. Something is wrong with the link.
Something's wrong with the link?
Yeah, the .html part is not right. But
Let
do you
me
know
see.
exactly where it is? If you know exactly where it is, I could look it up myself and find it. It says Strabo. Because I don't accept what you're saying, by the way, just to let you know. But because I have other sources saying other things. But let's go to the primary, which is what you're saying. So what is it? Strabo what?
So hold on. Let me see. Damn, it's the same. Oh, I see what's happening. The link is not connecting the last.
I got you right here.
So punch in Ethiopia.
I got it.
Okay, cool.
You know what chapter it is? Book 1, chapter 2.
It's hold on.
Yeah, I got it. It's right here.
You got it. Okay.
I got it. So let me just make it bigger so everybody could see it.
Yeah. So one of the things that Noble Drew Ali said, and at first when I read all of that stuff, I was just as confused as anybody else when he says Ethiopia means something divided, right? And he says that twice in the Circle 7 and once I think in the 101s. And I got on a fact-finding mission to see if it was true. And my brother Grimm, shout out to my brother Grimm. Sure enough, he found it. He showed me where Strabo was given this breakdown of the Aethiops, right, and where it meant anciently sundered in twain based on Homer. Like this.
Watch it. Let me read this. It's on the screen. Right. So let's take a look at it. He said. Let's start off here. Now, just as these Ethiopians, hold on, let me see if they mentioned it before. Okay, so it's mentioned up here before. The same mistake is made by those who say that Homer is not acquainted with the isthmus that lies between the Egyptian Sea and the Arabian Gulf, and that he is in error when he speaks of the Ethiopians that are sundered in twain, the farthest of men. Now, this saying the Ethiopians that are sundered in twain, that the Ethiopian mean that. Let's just
okay. So let me just say.
He says it twice. So let's deal with it.
All right.
All right. So it says, the same mistake is made by those who say that Homer is not acquainted with the isthmus that lies between the Egyptian Sea and the Arabian Gulf, and that he is in error when he speaks of the Ethiopians that are sundered in twain, the farthermost of men. Men of later times were wrong when they censure Homer for saying that, for it is correct. Indeed, the reproach that Homer is ignorant of this isthmus is so far from being true that I affirm not only that he knows about it, but that he describes it in express terms, and that the grammarians, beginning with Aristoteles and Crates, the leading lights in the science of criticism, even though Homer speaks of it, do not perceive that he does. The poet says, the Ethiopians that are sundered in twain, the farthermost of men. About the next verse, there's a difference of opinion. Aristoteles writing, abiding somewhere, Hyperion sets, and somewhere he rises, da 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 da. Let me get to this other part now. Now, just as these Ethiopians on our side of the Oceanus, who face the south throughout the whole length of the inhabited land, are called the most remote of the one group of people, since they dwell on the shores of Oceanus. So to create things, we must conceive that on the other side of Oceanus also there are certain Ethiopians, the most remote of the other group. All right, so let me get to that comment again.
But let me, while you're getting to that, I want to add a contextual layer real quick. You got to remember what number one, what year Strabo was writing in. You know, I studied this stuff years ago. I used to be able to pull the right, but he's also remarking on Homer's poem, right? So we got to remember that when we're reading it in the context, and when you research the poem, and like I said, I wrote about this stuff in my blogs. I think I got it in one of my books, The Moorish Scientist, book 1. When you look at what Homer is saying, Homer is creating these mythical people out of these actual people, and that's why he's speaking about the isthmus. You know, people saying that Homer just made this isthmus up and that it didn't exist. You know, he's speaking to the critics, but Strabo was saying, you know, because Strabo was a geographer and I think a cartographer as well. And he was saying that, no, Homer was actually right when he mentioned the isthmus and that there were Ethiopians or Ethiops on each side of this mythical ocean. Right. So, I just want to provide that layer, and that's based on my research. So, you obviously.
Okay, let's stop sharing for a minute. Right. The wiki article actually points out when Homer first said the word Ethiops. Right. But he says, before Herodotus, then this is the article, Ethiopia. Right. Before Herodotus, Homer in the 8th century BC is the first to mention Ethiopians. Right, that they are to be found at the east and west extremities of the world.
Sundered in twain.
Hold on. You said it means that.
But yeah,
there's nothing. Hold on. There is nothing in that. You are imposing that.
I think it's the other part. You see at the end where it says of the world. No, look where it says divided by the sea.
That's what I'm like. Right? That's what. So when I say mean.
Basically, what it appears is that whoever's dark skinned that's different from them, and they see those people, they name these people Ethiopians, and that means there's darkened people. And then when he says they divided, go ahead.
Time out. Let's read what it says. What Homer actually says, right? So we're clear. Homer is the first to mention Ethiopians, writing that they are to be found. Not the meaning of the word, at the east and west extremities of the world, divided by the sea into eastern at the sunrise and western at the sunset. In book 1 of the Iliad, Thetis visits Olympus to meet Zeus, but the meaning is postponed as Zeus and the other gods are absent, visiting the land of the Ethiopians. And in book 1 of the Odyssey, Athena convinces Zeus to let Odysseus finally return home only because Poseidon is away in Ethiopia and unable to object. Now, what I'm going to say is, and then let me just read this second part. Hesiod speaks of Menon as the king of the Ethiopians in the catalogs of women. He stated that the Egyptian king Ephesus was the progenitor of the Ethiopians and other dark-skinned tribes of Libya. He wrote, the son of Boreas pursued the harpies to the lands of the Masagatai and of the proud half-dog men of the underground folk and of the feeble pygmies, and to the tribes of the boundless black skins and the Libyans. Huge earth bear these Epaphus, soothsaying people knowing seercraft by the will of Zeus, the lord of oracles, but deceivers to the end that men whose thought passes their utterance might be subject to the gods and suffer harm. Ethiopians and Libyans are mere milking Scythians. For verily Ephasus was the child of the almighty son of Cronus, and from him sprang the dark Libyans and high-souled Ethiopians and underground folk and feeble pygmies. All these are the offspring of the Lord and the Lord Thunderer.
All right, I want to, let's get back to this something divided part real quick, because I know we reading on it. We're trying to gain context in a moment, and I understand that. But what I want to do is I want to speak to the word means, right? Because in the lessons of Noble Drew Ali, the 101s, the original name of it is called Quran Questions, or the Quran Questionnaire for Children. So they were supposed to take the information from out of the original Circle 7 that Noble Drew Ali scrapped for whatever reason and gave the version that we have now. And all of the information from the 101s was supposed to be in the Circle 7. But the part where he says Ethiopia means something divided is in the Circle 7. It's at chapter 47, and it says, what the hell happened to it? Oh, it says, his father Ham and his family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of Amexem, the first true and divine name of Africa, the dividing of the land between the father and the son. So when Noble Drew Ali is saying that, and this is from my understanding, when he's saying that Ethiopia means something divided, he's speaking to what I said earlier, that this was a name that Homer created in his mythos, right? And you just read that from Wikipedia confirming my statement. And now we can see that Strabo is giving his scholastic breakdown on what is meant by Ethiopia and what is meant by sundered and twain, the furthermost of men. So, you know, I think it's right and exact. I think it's right and exact.
I think, all right, I think you're way off. I think you
of course you do, Guthrie. You know you gonna argue just to argue. You ain't gonna never say, you know what, you right, Lord Abba.
This is just way too easy. Because all I got to do is ask you this. What does the word sundered mean? What does it mean?
A split. Twain means two. I wrote a paper on this. Sundered, I wrote a whole paper on it.
You said sundered mean what? Split?
Means split.
I don't agree with you.
I thought it mean darkened.
Sundered?
It doesn't mean.
Okay, well,
let's just look it up and see what it means. And then we can move on from this. Hey, Cabo.
Watch this. I'm going to read it myself because I already did a paper on this. It was an article in my book. Matter of fact, let's punch the whole thing in because it's going to say sundered and twain, archaic. Let me see. Okay. I'm trying to find the exact definition. What is the full meaning of sundered and twain? So everything that's coming up right now is just showing where Homer speaks about the two divisions of men on each side of Oceanus, but it's not necessarily giving me the definition.
Let me ask you this though. Hold on 1 second. Let's stop for 1 second. Let's don't move from right here. Hold on 1 second. Let me see what's being shared on the screen. I want to show you something real quick. We don't have to look up the word. It could mean split. It could mean
like I'm looking at it right now. Sundered, definition, split apart.
Hold on.
Yeah, pull it up.
No. Still saving his point that this was the sense in which the Ethiopians are split. You said in what? In twain, right? Split in two, right?
Yep,
Is that what
split
you're
in
saying?
two.
All right.
Twain means two.
So hold on. How does that define Ethiopians? It is telling you an action. This is not a definition. What you're doing, I'm gonna tell you what you're doing. The old school Abba. You're reading
The old school Dabba.
Let me finish.
And you're doing the old school
No,
Garfield. You're gonna find fault in anything that's right and exact. But go ahead.
Whatever. You read something in Noble Jewelry. So you believe in Noble Jewelry at the time. I don't know if you do now.
Well, I still believe the things that are factual 100%. But facts is facts.
Let me finish, bro. Come on. So we ain't got to talk over each other. Let's look at the whole sentence overall. Such then is the explanation of Crates, who conceives of the matter rather as an astronomer. But he might have put it more simply, still saving his point that this was the sense in which the Ethiopians are thundered in twain, as Homer has stated. He's not saying that's the definition of Ethiopians, my brother. He's just saying,
well, let me tell you what you're. No, Garfield. I'm not gonna let you do that because what you're doing is your old school tactic. Where you,
come on, man. Come on.
Yo, what happened?
Whole chapter on that whole page.
Lord, but let me finish, bro. All I'm telling you is that Ethiopians don't mean thundered in twain. He's saying what happened to them.
Well, that's according to Homer, right?
Time out.
Oh God!
Come on.
Old school Garfield.
Ethiopians, bro. You tell me, because you gonna tell me straight up as it is. Is that a definition?
Does it mean split in two? Does it mean a demarcation line?
No, it doesn't.
No, you're asking Rob Bourne. I'm curious to hear where Rob Bourne, because red is red. Red doesn't mean stop. Green doesn't mean go. That's what we define it as. So, like, does it mean that according to how Homer wrote his I think that's his Odyssey.
Saying what happened to them. And by the way, this is
he's saying where they're situated, not what happened to them. What are you talking about? It's right there in the text, brother. Like, read it. He's talking about these people that live on either side of Oceanus. It's the whole text. You pulling out one line and then trying to give an interpretation on the spot. That's disingenuous.
You said it means Ethiopians mean. It don't mean dark or black. You said it means sundered in twain.
I said it means something divided. It can mean dark or black. It can mean.
Show me some scholarship in this. Show me some scholarship.
You're looking at it. It's on the screen.
It doesn't say, bro. It's telling you what happened with the Ethiopians.
Okay.
I mean, look, man. What I get from this is that he's saying that these people exist on both sides of these places, bro. And they divided. Meaning, he said they divided by an ocean.
Thank you.
And on this. Yeah, it's cool, bro. We know the word Ethiopia means burnt face, bro. Like, we know that, bro. And he's describing that, but he's saying that these people exist on both sides of the ocean. Like, so what?
Well, Garfield challenged me. He wanted me to come up on the stage, and I provided a source.
Well, it's kind of contextual. The contextual is not a description. It's a description, and it's talking about a geographical location where these people exist. And that's it. Right. So when you're looking at the word divided, right, it's saying that the ocean divided these sundered, tawny, dark people on both sides of this water. That's what that is saying. It's really not saying that Ethiopia means divided. It's saying that the ocean divides these people and they exist. There's the demarcation, the split is the ocean. What else do we need to do for that? That's it.
I got you. So read. Let me go back to what Drew Ali said real quick.
I get what you're saying. After that. All right, go ahead.
We can shut it down after that, right? Oh, damn. What the hell is it? All right, hold on. Let's go back to what he said. He said
chapter 47.
47. He said his father Ham and his family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of Amexem, the first true and divine name of Africa, the dividing of the land between the father and the son. So the Europeans would have been the people that saw the people that spoke a Cushitic language, right? The Afro-Asiatic language, and the people that would have spoke a Hamitic language, a term that they would have used back in those days, and they would have seen them as two different people according to Homer's Odyssey. I believe that's his Odyssey. And then they began to call the land Ethiopia. And then they began to call the people of the land Ethiopia. This isn't a term that we called ourselves.
Right. I think what's happening with this is that that's your understanding to it, and
that could well.
No, it's cool. It's cool, but if we looking at what Noble Drew Ali is saying, he says this a Mexam place. We don't have no place called this.
But he gives context, right?
I get it. No, I get it.
And you're right. I've never found a Mexam.
Right. So what I'm saying is,
that's the original name of Africa.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So now we have a problem with this geographic. What part of Africa? What part? When you say demarcation, in this letter here that you did your research on, is specifically talking about a certain geographical location and a certain ocean that divides the people.
That's right. But look,
that's your understanding.
No. Look, because Noble Drew Ali says the dominion of Kush, northeast and southeast Africa, and northwest and southwest was his father's dominion of Africa, right? So there is, Noble Drew Ali is actually defining these two people based on Homer's, or the way the Europeans at least classified those African inhabitants based on Homer's Odyssey as Ethiopians that live on either side of Oceanus.
Right. So the thing that I can only take from that is that he's describing that there's dark people that live on these other sides. As far as these words of Kush and all these other things, that shit could mean India. It could, that we not going down that rabbit hole.
Well, I think in this context, we don't have to go to India, right? Because he's strictly speaking about Africa. He says the dominion of Kush, northeast and southeast.
No, I get
Africa.
it because it's based off of the Bible, and if you're basing it off the Bible, and then we do the textualization by the Bible,
I'm confused. Real quick, what's based off the Bible?
Kush.
Kush, you could find Kush on the walls of ancient Egypt.
Yeah, you can. But so when he's talking about the sons of Ham and all that, ain't no sons of Ham. None of that existed,
bro. I get what you mean. So
that's my point.
Okay,
right. I get it. Right. So and his understanding is no different than any of those other people who use the Bible and used it to make up what they're making to convey their message. I'm cool with that. But we gotta understand, like, yo, son, ain't no Ham, ain't none of that. And all of these things, even when we have the conversation based around blackness or why did they call ourselves Asiatic, right? It was to create a new identity, to escape from being black. To be black means that you are a slave. And this is what this meant at this time. So when you start looking at Duce Muhammad and many black people wearing turbans and things of that nature, they were treated as foreigners and were able to escape Jim Crow.
That's another conversation.
Yeah, no, it's the same comment. I'm just bringing it to.
It's not the same conversation,
bro.
We start to get into blackness, right?
No. Can I just wrap up the point?
All right, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, when you deal with the Abrahamic faith and you deal with this, we dealing with the Jewish conception of the corruption of the story of Noah and his 3 sons. That right there gives this racist understanding of black. So when you look at that Babylonian Talmud and Genesis, Robert 36:7, and all of those things, that is the ideological framework how Islam views black people once the prophet dies. Regardless of what good things he said about it, when he dies, they do everything against it. They begin to write in their hadiths. These are the hadith masters, Al-Tahab, and all of them. They know what the prophet said, but they decided to go with the Jewish form of this corruption.
I agree with you on that.
Right.
These were Jewish converts, most of them, into Islam.
So,
I agree with you.
So when I'm saying these things conceptualize and move all the way down, so I don't have an issue with none of that.
So this is my only pushback to what you're saying, because I don't want to belabor the point, right? And that is the idea that Ham or Cush are somehow biblical inventions, to me, is false, right? And yes, Noble Drew Ali did use them in an eponymous way. And
What happened to Abba?
I don't know. I think he cut off.
Noble Drew Ali came back in the spirit, man. Cut him off.
Yeah, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Abba. I don't know, man. But listen back at that last bill. You right, son. When I listened to like the end of it, because I was doing something. Yeah, my views did change a lot, bro.
I'm listening to the whole thing the whole night. I'm telling you, a lot of shit changed. But you know, it's for the good though. For the good. That's why I told you I'm keeping my mouth shut. I'm gonna let y'all live that day. And you should be glad I let you live.
Nah, bro. You
I let you live because you was agree with a lot of that. Yo, I'm telling you, go back. You might be able to take the video down when you listen back later.
yeah, there's a lot of. I was listening to it.
A lot of people who listen to the channel. You got like probably two. You could count between your hands and your toes. How many people really understand what the lessons were? Because most people are into Egypt and the Bible and all that stuff. Are you know. So at the end of the day, I ain't even worried about it. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, but I think it'll be an interesting conversation. Damn, Lord Abba shit messed up, bro. I don't know where he went.
Yeah,
but yeah, man.
Yeah, Ethiopia. Man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Nah, I ain't trying to get into that. I just was just listening to it, like, but we got some interesting people that's gonna come on the show, man, with the two works. Our brother, he has Muslim Conversion in America, Volume 1, Volume 2. And then we got our brother coming through. You don't want to call him your brother, but a scholar and brother. I heard that's what we speak about. Unveiling the true identity of Master Farad Muhammad.
Mm-hmm.
This thing gonna get interesting. And the number one question, why would a person with 76 trillion years of information tell you to go study something else? Yeah, man. I mean, these are things that make you say,
Yeah, that's
those are things that make you say,
What's up, things? What's popping, my brother? Lord Abba, you want to finish your point? Because you got cut off.
I said Garfield kicked me off the show.
Minus 10 seconds, man. Minus 10 seconds. Go ahead.
I said Garfield kicked me off. We ain't gonna have Lord Abba making no sense up on this piece today. But no, it's a good debate and discussion. And I think you should read that whole thing. I ain't gonna hold you. I never read the whole thing, but I read a large portion of it back in the days to give me enough understanding of what was meant that, by Ethiopia means something divided or a demarcation line. And the fact of the matter is it's based off of a poem. The people never called themselves Ethiops. Some other people did. And again, they called the people of the inhabitants of Africa this based off of how famous Homer's poem was, not because this was their name. And that's why Noble Drew Ali, one of the things he said was, you're not Negroes, blacks, colored folks, or Ethiopians, because these names were given by Europeans, yada, 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 yada. Those bits and pieces of information I still hold on to because they're factual. I can prove them.
Have you ever heard of the Star Order of Ethiopia, Lord Abba?
I don't believe so.
So it goes in a little before Noble Drew Ali, before he really gets kicked off, and his order is similar, and he kind of gets in trouble because he burns the American flag or whatever may have you. What's his name? Cleveland, Groveland, something like that. I can't remember off the top of the head. But in any event, his membership cards do the same thing. You're not a Negro. You're not colored. You are Ethiopian. Right? So
what's the name of that order?
The Star Order of Ethiopia. Star
I'm
Order
look that up.
Yeah, a good book to get like the history of all of that. It's called Black Crescent.
I think Grim. You remember I had my brother Grim on with y'all?
Yeah.
He got all of that stuff, man. I mean,
for me, like my thing really is Islam in America, how it get here, what the teachings is, and stuff like that. Like that's my thing. So like, once I uncover certain things, then we gotta tell the truth. Like, yo, this is where this came from. This is not no divine revelation. This is not. These are men. Some of them are, you know, they're scamming. You can call them that. They trying to get memberships, but they were doing stuff for black people. You know what I'm saying? And I think it was interesting is when you look at, I was telling Garfield this, if you look at that 1893 Chicago, that Oriental Exposition, that right there, son, is the beginning of a lot of things, bro.
Well,
That
also,
yeah, go ahead.
Look, Moses Dixon, right? Have you ever studied his International Order of 12 Knights and Daughters of Tabor?
Go on my shorts. I talked about him 3 weeks ago. He's
Yeah, we got videos on him 7, 8 years ago. Garfield,
so
you're
look,
late.
now Grim,
You're late,
Grim,
Garfield.
I want to be late. And your organization that you got, Abba, is it named pretty much off of what he did? Because you have a similar name.
No, let him finish. Let him finish what he's saying, man.
Well, all right, I'll get to Garfield question though, but Grim put me on to that dude years ago. Like Grim kept telling me, read this. I think this is where Noble Drew Ali got the structure of his organization from, and I didn't get into it until 2021. Something just told me, kid you not, something told me to ask Grim for the link to that book he'd been trying to get me to read for like 12 years. And he sent it to me and I was blown away. And I learned about Moses Dixon training. I think we were speaking about this, Rob, on not too long ago on some platform probably together, where we was talking about Moses Dixon training, I think 40,000 men to fight, and this, some number said it was 100 or 120,000, and they marched through Atlanta like they was ready to build. But then you got some historians that called him a coward and said he turned his back on John Brown because he was supposed to provide the troops at the raid on Harper's Ferry.
John Brown messed it up. It wasn't time yet. It wasn't.
Yeah. So basically, what was happening was the Civil War was about to take place. And Moses Dixon's exact words is he got a revelation to wait to see what happens at that point. And and that's what happens. But when you look at that Underground Railroad and you look at William Lambert and all those other, they all have these secret societies that are running around and they're doing these specific things. So like with him, I wouldn't say that. I'm like, you really got.
Yeah, I don't take that position that he was a coward, but he probably did really have a revelation. I don't think he was a coward. Look, you think about the order, right? They took an oath that if any man revealed that, they said something like, I would rather die than to give up the name of one of my brothers. And they said not one of them men was ever killed and not one of them ever gave up the names of one of their brethren. So, but just to answer your question, Garfield, I think Rob Bourne dropped off. But just to answer your question, our organization name is United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen. And what we did was we looked at the Daughters of the Confederacy and the Sons of Confederate Veterans and said, how are they able to build out an organization and get money and all of this stuff? I was like, and they were the ones that rewrote the history. They were the ones that ushered in the lost cause teachings that made it seem as if slaves lived happy on these plantations sipping mint julep with their masters as they picked cotton, indigo, and tobacco from sunup to sundown, right? The teachings of the lost cause did that, and it was their teachings, the Daughters of the Confederacy, that started to omit the name Freedmen from out of the literature. They were responsible for that. So we named our organization United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen to counter what they had created, and we start bringing a lot of truth, man. And our movement growing. It's growing.
Okay, I got you, bro. I got you. Hey, family. I'm gonna I'm done. You have anything else you want to say, bro? Because we've been on for 4.5 hours. So you got anything?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I just wanted to jump on because you challenged me. You already know when you call me, I'm gonna jump up.
All right, cool. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it, man.
All right, bro. Peace.
Thank y'all for tuning in. Peace and love to y'all. I hope y'all enjoy the show. Check out, we interviewed an Egyptologist today. We have another one. We're gonna be on a big platform Thursday, me and Unc, and we got a geneticist next Wednesday. So we getting the interviews in, man. I got so many interviews lined up. So and of course it's Women History Month. A shout out to Juju. I don't know what you got planned for the women PKs, but we're gonna do what we need to do to promote women and what they're doing. So shout out to the women. All right. Peace and love. And we out of here. Thank you guys for listening. Peace.